All right, y'all, shalom. Let's go ahead and get started. All right. Salakia. Forgot to grab my books, y'all. We're going to do that right now. All right, shalom, shalom. I like to start this off by saying, Call halal, Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai. That's all praises be unto Yahweh. In the name of his son, Yahweh Shai. I'm Brother Hayael. This is Brother Aman. We're back on the San Antonio Riverwalk with yet another lesson. As y'all notice, I'm already sweating because it's hot out here. Let me fix the camera real quick. Right here. There we go. Right? But in light of what's going on today and the coming week, we're going to cover two topics today. Scripturally, of course. We're going to give some coverage to Halloween and to the election, right? Because just driving in downtown, we see many of our people, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, celebrating Halloween, not understanding what they celebrate. Because many of our people, they think a good time is a good time, and it don't matter what the theme of it is. But these are the ways of the heathen, and we've been told not to celebrate the holidays of our enemies, right? But we've also been told not to elect any heathen over us. We're supposed to elect people from our own tribe. And we're going to cover a little bit of both of those things today, because both of those things are very important. But we're going to go ahead and start out by going to the book of Isaiah 33 and 5 through 6. All right. Man, somebody turns that off. Got it? Go ahead.
It's Isaiah 33, verse 5.
Bring it out.
The Lord is exalted, for he dwelleth on high. He hath filled Zion with judgment and righteousness, and wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times, and strength of the salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure.
So,
Behold,
keep going.
Except 5 through 7.
No, 5 through 6. It's a lot here. So, wisdom and knowledge is what true power is. In these tumultuous times, knowing the difference between your enemy and your friend, knowing the difference between righteousness and wickedness is going to determine whether you live or not, right? We're coming into the time where there is no slack, there is no hesitation for judgment. The Most High God is going all in, right? And we're seeing death being dealt very liberally all over the earth, whether it be by natural disasters such as floods, volcanoes, fires, lightning strikes, tornadoes, you name it, or calamities such as mass shootings, wrecks on the road. Shit, there was an instance in Nigeria where a oil tanker overturned, and while our people were rushing up to the truck trying to get oil out of it, it exploded, killed 100 people. So the Most High God is delivering righteous judgment. And this is something that our people in these days, they're going to come to understand. But let's read the account of our Messiah in Luke, I believe 21, starting at verse 7, right? Now, start at 8. And we're going to read a little bit, and we're going to bounce in and out of Luke 21 as we cover this lesson. Because it's very important that we understand that we are in the times that the Messiah spoke on. We are in the end times. And to you blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, I'd recommend that you become familiar with the end times spoken of in the Bible, so you don't get caught out here, assed out. Right? Go ahead and get him in that. Yes, sir.
It's Luke 21, verse 8. And he said, Take heed that ye be not deceived, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ. And the time draweth near. Go ye not therefore after them.
So one of the things that you're hearing now is you're hearing the heathen try to put the title of Christ or Hamashiach on many different people. You've got the white man saying that Donald Trump is basically their Messiah. They're outright and coming out plain and saying, we believe he's the great white hope. And he's going to restore America back to its former glory. If you get, and yeah, the brother brought up a good point, and you know what that is? That's the time of slavery. And wouldn't you know it, they're passing a lot of legislation where those little 15-minute cities, they can sequester you in those cities where you can't leave. You can also be penalized for simply speaking your mind. Over in Europe, I believe in the UK, they arrested somebody for praying in public, and they called it a thought crime. You need to understand, these so-called white folks, they're about to get serious. They're going to take the velvet glove off the iron fist. And you're going to be persecuted for the things that you believe and the thoughts that you aim to have and govern yourself by. The reason why we're bringing all this out is that you need to know who the real Messiah is. And his personage and what he stood for is in this book, in the Bible. That's why the Most High God has sent your teachers back out here on these streets to reintroduce you to him. Keep going, brother.
Verse 9. But when ye shall hear of wars and promotion, be not terrified, for these things must first come to pass, but the end is not by and by. Then said he unto them, nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and great earthquakes shall be in diverse places, and famines and pestilences, and fearful sights, and great signs shall there be from heaven.
Now, this is happening right now. You've got the war in Ukraine, which has basically drugged all of America and NATO into it. You also have the war in Israel. Now, I'm going to be real. Them Amalekites over in Israel, the only ally they really have is America. But see, the joke is on the rest of you nations, because the Khazarian diaspora, right, or the Amalekites that spread out around the world, they're in Israel, but they come from Ukraine, Poland. See, these are the areas where the Khazarians came from, Eastern Europe, near the Caucasus Mountains. So if you don't support Zionist Israel, okay, good on you. But if you support the warfare in Ukraine, then you've been duped. You're supporting the same people.
Right.
So now we're hearing about wars and rumors of wars in diverse places. We're seeing earthquakes, floods, fires, famines all over the earth. Our people need to understand what time it is, because the kingdom is short for the Edomites who are currently in power. And their kingdom is about to be thrown down with great violence. Keep going, brother.
Verse 12. But before all these, they shall lay their hands on you and persecute you, delivering you up to the synagogues, and into prisons, being brought before kings and rulers for my name's sake. And it shall turn to you for a testimony. Settle it therefore in your hearts, not to meditate before what ye shall answer. For I will give you a mouth and wisdom, which all your adversaries shall not be able to gainsay nor resist.
So what's going to happen to the men of the Lord, to those who truly believe? And I don't mean just men, I mean our people, the men, women, and children of the Most High God, the Israelites. These heathen are about to get greatly offended that their kingdom is being torn down, and that the real Israelites are coming back into their heritage and into their power. And they're going to persecute us more so than they have throughout history. As I said earlier, you're now seeing the legislation be acted upon that they've set up for the last 20 years, where they can persecute you for your religious beliefs, for your thoughts, and your ideological positions. You got time for the Bible, brother? That's a shame, brother. But we're now seeing that these people are acting on all these things. And most of our people think that it's just another day in paradise, not understanding that one of these days you're going to wake up and your dollar's not going to be worth anything. The grocery shelves are going to be bare, and you won't be able to put gas in your car. And you're going to be stuck, and you're not going to know what's going on. Keep going, brother.
Verse 16. And ye shall be betrayed both by parents and brethren and kinsfolk and friends, and some of you shall they cause to be put to death, and ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake.
Now, I want to go to 2nd Ezra 16 real quick. Hold that, brother. Because we got to understand something. The persecuted, that's how you're going to know that they're God's chosen. You got to understand, this is a proving process. And you're supposed to serve unto death. Y'all got time for the Bible today?
Not today.
Now says.
That way? Which way?
And I got to say it while they're in the air. Our sisters don't even understand. Your man has left you. The black man, Hispanic, or black woman and Hispanic woman have no guardianship out here. Their man has completely left them. And what's coming up on this earth is going to result in a lot of death to our women and their children because they're too hard-headed to receive direction when it's right in front of them. And these are the same people who will roll on the floor, jump over the pews, and say they're full of the Spirit. Meanwhile, you ask them if they want to hear the Bible, and they have every excuse. But if you ask them, do they want to go to Golden Corral for a buffet, they got all the time in the world. And yeah, I throw shade like that because you are known by your countenance. You don't get to be 200 pounds overweight on a thin diet of skim milk and fat-free foods and salads. You know what I'm saying? That happens because you're indulging in gluttony. See, most of the time I do that to our people to see if they have enough spirit to at least defend themselves. Y'all got time for the Bible today? 2 minutes?
Yeah, my wife's pregnant. I'm gonna go get her sit down somewhere, okay?
Man, thou sayest, man. Every excuse. And see, our people don't realize, because everybody says when Christ come back, they're going to be saved. Not understanding, you got to give an account. And you're going to say, well, my wife said we had to go. That's going to be your excuse. See, most people don't understand. Read Ezekiel 9. The Most High God don't take excuses. You either perform or he gets rid of you. But let's get this in 2nd Ezra. See, and she turned around like, how dare you? It's like, how dare you? Your God gave you life and blessed you with a child. And you can't even give him a couple of minutes? But that's our people. But if she were to miscarry right now, who would she cry out to? Crying out with all zeal and fervor, God help me, when your help was right there and you didn't want it. But this is 2nd Ezra, chapter 16, and yeah, my page is stuck there. Slocky, yo. I need to decom this Bible. This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 16, and verse 7. Bring it up. For there shall be in every place, and in the next cities, a great insurrection upon them that fear the Lord. They shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. So, the same thing Yahushua was prophesying is the same thing Ezra's prophesied in 2nd Ezra chapter 16, starting at verse 7. There's going to be a great insurrection, meaning a great tumult, a great uprising against the men of the Lord, against the Israelites. And they're going to take away our goods. They're going to cast us out of our houses. But this is how you know that you're one of the chosen. Verse 73. Then shall they be known who are my chosen, and they shall be tried as the gold in the fire. Now we can go back to Luke 21. Because what Yahushua is prophesying of, the great tribulation that shall come upon the Israelites, Jacob's trouble, as it's called in Jeremiah 30, that's right up the street. And most of our people have no idea what it means to truly serve God, but they're about to find out. And most of them are going to find out that they're not cut out for it. Go ahead and continue where you're at, brother.
21, verse 18. But there shall not an hair of your head perish. In your patience possess ye your souls.
Now we can stop right there, right? But through it all, the Most High God is promising, if you diligently serve him, not a single hair on your head shall perish. Because as we know, according to Deuteronomy 32 and 39, he's the one who kills and makes alive, he wounds and he heals. and neither is there any that can deliver out of his hand. So simply dying does not free you from the hand of the Most High. Deuteronomy 32:39 tells you that, and 2 Samuel 2:6 tells you the same thing, right? But we're going to come back to Luke 21. If you could get me, brother, Deuteronomy 17:15 through 16. I got time for Bible today? Thou says, Deuteronomy 17 and 15 through 16. Right? Because we are ordered in the law not to put anybody over us who are not of our people. So the reason why I had the brother read the prophecy of Luke 21 from Yahushua is because we are in the very last days of this kingdom. And there's an election cycle coming up here in America. You blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians need to learn that it's not your place to elect your next oppressor. That is not your place. You're supposed to elect and select kings who are to rule over you from your people and no one else. Go ahead and get it when you got it.
Deuteronomy 17, verse 15.
Bring it up.
Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose one from among thy brethren. Shalt thou set king over thee? Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother. But he shall not multiply.
No, that's it. So what we have here in the Bible is a direct command from the Most High God not to select a stranger over us from another nation. Now, some of our people are still misguided, and they believe people like Kamala Harris or Obama are of their own people. They are not. Obama is a Kenyan. He's a Hamite. And he's not of the Kikuyu tribe in Kenya, who are those who are the victims of the sub-Saharan slave trade, right? Those are the Israelites who reside in Kenya, by the way, right? So there's always a way to try to track down the confusion of faith. But in this case, Obama is not one of them. Kamala Harris is not even a so-called black woman. And when I say black, I'm even talking about African. She's East Indian at best. She's an Edomite at worst. Because her forefathers go directly back to the slave owners in the West Indies. So you have to understand something. Our enemies are putting those who look like us and attempt to act like us in front of us in hopes that we will throw our support behind them. But don't be fooled. You're supposed to select from your own people kings to govern the people. And these people are not of our blood. Therefore, we shouldn't be voting for Trump or Kamala Harris or any independent candidate that they select. And I'll be honest, even if they were of our blood, why would you select somebody within their system? See, there's layers to this, right? Something called the deep state that they call, right? The leaders that you don't see or interact with and you don't select. They never change, and they're appointed in secret, right? But let's go ahead and go to 1 Samuel chapter 8 and start at verse 4, and we're going to read till 20, right? Because I want to get an example of when our people foolishly desired a king, when the Most High God was our king. Now, our people, in their defense, Samuel's sons were going off, and they were not walking in the ways of their father. So they were ruling in a very wicked fashion. But you have to understand, a wicked ruler is appointed unto a wicked people. That's one of the reasons why we consistently get wicked rulership, because we refuse to keep the laws of God. We refuse to stay in order. So the Most High God chastens us with the rod of men. And at one point, it was with the men who were within our own bloodline, although they were still wicked. But go ahead and get it when you got it.
1 Samuel chapter 4, verse 8.
No, chapter 8. Oh,
Dyslexic.
yeah, you good. Say 4.
1 Samuel chapter 8, verse 4. Then all the elders of Israel gathered themselves together and came to Samuel unto Ramah and said unto him, Behold, thou art old, and thy sons walk not in thy ways. Now make us a king to judge us like all the nations.
Now, I want y'all to hear what our people desired. They wanted a king like the heathen nations. At this point, we didn't have a king. What we had was we had the Most High God, and then we had the Most High God's appointed prophet. In this case, that appointed prophet was Samuel. Samuel was in the same seat that Moses was in, the same seat that Joshua was in, etc., etc. But our people wanted a king, like unto the other nations. Let's see how this goes down, because the Most High God is going to attempt to dissuade us from this. But you also must understand that this was prophesied of in the book of Deuteronomy, that there would come a time where we would desire a king like unto the other nations. And this time had come. Keep going, brother.
Verse 6. But the thing displeased Samuel when they said, give us a king to judge us. And Samuel prayed unto the Lord. And the Lord said unto Samuel, hearken unto the voice of the people, and all that they say unto thee. For they have not rejected thee, but they have rejected me, that I should not reign over them.
So Samuel, he heard it, the clamorings of the people, and he said, you know what, I'm going to go to the Lord about this. And when he told the Lord of what the people were saying, the Most High said, hey man, they already rejected me. See, our people don't understand. When we desire leadership that's outside of the commandments of the Most High God, it's not that we're rejecting the words of men. We're not just rejecting the prophets. We're rejecting the Most High God himself. Keep going, brother.
Verse 8. According to all the works which they have done since the day that I brought them out of Egypt, even unto this day, wherewith they have forsaken me, and served other gods, so do they also unto thee. Now therefore, hearken unto their voice, howbeit yet protest solemnly unto them, and show them the manner of the king that shall reign over them.
So the Most High God said, look, they've already rejected me, so go ahead and let them know that there's going to be a king appointed. And you're going to do the selecting, and you're going to demonstrate or show them the king that is to rule over them. Keep going, brother.
And Samuel told all the words of the Lord unto the people that asked of him a king. And he said, this will be the manner of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them for himself, for his chariots, and to be his horsemen, and some shall run before his chariots.
Now, keep in mind what he's saying is how this king is going to exercise his rulership. One thing that our kings have always done once they became wicked is that they multiplied riches, servants, horses, women unto themselves. But that's the natural order of things when you have a carnal king, someone who's ruling in the flesh and not by the spirit. Right? Because one of the things that you often notice about the kings that the Most High God appointed, and when I say the kings that the Most High God appointed, I mean the prophets, right? Because, you know, Moses, he was the first king in Jeshurun. He's technically our first king. Howbeit, the Most High often sequesters them away from the people, where he's having face-to-face or direct, correspondence with them, whether it be through the spirit in prayer or face-to-face on top of a mountain. The Most High God literally has them set off to the side as a holy vessel to exercise rulership and authority. Y'all got time for the Bible today? No? No, brother? So who do you call on when you get in trouble, brother? You call on white Jesus? Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, y'all the Israelites. And before y'all go vote for another white man, hoping that he open his pockets and give you a few nickels and reparations, just know your God selected you, and because he selected you and you don't want to listen, you're going to pay the ultimate price. I tell you, man, and it's always the so-called mighty of our brothers, right? The ones who should be in good shape, who should have a sharp mind, but they don't. Because our people don't have an interest in keeping the laws of the Bible. I constantly say this. Our people will cry out to God when things go wrong, but they ignore him completely when everything's going all right. And that's why the Most High God laughs at you when your calamity arrives. Yeah, well, our people think there's a grading curve. And you know that because they say things like, God knows my heart. In other words, God knows how hard I'm trying, even though they're not trying hard at all. And see, they don't understand God does know their heart, and it's wicked. And because it's wicked, they got to be corrected. Keep going, brother.
Verse 12. And he will appoint him captains over thousands and captains over 50, and will set them to ear his ground, and to reap his harvest, and to make his instruments of war, and instruments of his chariots.
And you need to understand this. When it says to ear his crops, or his ground, that means to plant his vineyards, to plant his farmland. And then we're going to reap his, because actually when you look at America, and that's one of the reasons why the Most High God put the so-called white man to rule over us. Because he made all of us ineligible to be king. All of us have to serve. All of us have to tend to our enemies and their wants, their desires, and their needs. So we are all made servants. This is something that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians don't understand, despite the plight that they're in. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Thou sayest, man. Thou sayest. It's a shame. But keep going, brother.
Verse 13. And he will take your daughters to be confectionaries, and to be cooks, and to be bakers. And he will take your fields, and your vineyards, and your olive yards, even the best of them, and give them to his servants.
Now, take good heed of that. He's going to take the most heritable lands, the most favorable lands for growing record harvest. He's going to give that to his servants. That's called nepotism, by the way. There's a term for it. But most blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians don't even know that's happening. Meanwhile, they go back to the ghettos. They go to an HEB where they have very little organic food, but then if you go right up the road to the white man's side of town, everything is organic. Everything is all healthy, fresh, and vibrant. See, they don't understand. They're living out this curse. When they have to hug their son as tightly as they can before they send them off to war. That's here too. We just read it. He's going to appoint our sons for soldiers, for captains over 10s, 50s, 100s, etc. All these things are happening, but none of our people want to know why. And as a result, it's going to keep happening until the judgment comes. I'm just glad the judgment's almost here. All right. Because our hard-headed ass people, they don't want to listen to nothing. Not understanding that there's going to be a lot of death, and it's going to be very sobering for our people. See, a lot of people, it's really hard to put on a strong front when you're draping yourself over the body of your loved one in a casket. And that's if the Most High God allows you to have an open casket. Because the Most High God has people dying in weird and very violent ways. But it's hard to put on that strong front when he takes from you the apple of your eye. But he's trying to impart and impress upon us. That's how he feels. That's what we do to him. But keep going, brother. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Thou sayest.
Verse 15. And he will take the tenth of your seed and of your vineyards, and give to his officers and to his servants. And he will take your men servants and your maid servants and your goodest young men and your asses, and put them to his work.
Now, again, this is saying he's going to take the best of the best of your resources, of your children, of your people in general. He's going to dictate that they work for his benefit, for his designs. In other words, you're about to lose your autonomy. You got to understand something. When we were in the wilderness, one of our problems is that we had autonomy. That's why it says that we rose up to play in the wilderness. That was the Old English phraseology for we rose up to serve other gods. We had autonomy as individuals, and as a result, we got a lot of leeway to choose, and most of us choose very poorly. But here, we're putting the constraints on our own selves to have a king over us. And instead of saying, you know what, these are conditions I don't want to live under, you know what the people said? Yeah, bring it on. And that's how blacks, Hispanics are to this day. Hard-headed and stupid. Even when they know that it's going to ultimately be to their own discomfort and their own displeasure. They'll cut their own nose off just to spite you and not appear to be wrong. But keep going, brother, a little bit more.
Verse 17, he will take the tenth of your sheep, and ye shall be his servants. And ye shall cry out in that day because of your king, which he shall have chosen you. And the Lord will not hear you in that day.
Again, Samuel is letting the people know, you're going to desire a king, you're going to clamor for one to be appointed over you, and then you'll complain about it. How many of our people, when Obama was up to be elected, they talked all that junk about, oh, a black man's going to be president. And then when he only passed gay rights, all of a sudden they started complaining.
Right?
How about Donald Trump? Oh, he's going to drain the swamp. Then when he did business as usual, all of a sudden, he's a shill for the government. See, the complaints are never ending because this is the curse that we're under. And this is self-inflicted. This was not even a curse appointed upon the Israelites by the Most High God. We did this to ourselves. But keep going. Verse 20. Okay.
Verse 19, nevertheless, the people refused to obey the voice of Samuel. And they said, nay, but we will have a king over us, that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles.
Now, keep in mind, I just said that. Despite all the warnings, despite the crystal clarity of what was going to be inflicted upon them as a result of their decision, they still said, you know what, fuck all that, give us a king. And we've been oppressed by kings, both appointed from our ranks and appointed from the ranks of the heathen, ever since. And again, it's self-inflicted. But go ahead, brother, and can you get me John 19 and 14 through 15? Right? Because our people have been cooning and calling the white man all types of titles to attempt to deify him even since antiquity. Now, in this case, these are people from Tyre and Zidon. That's in Lebanon. But our people were scattered to that region as well. And they were crying out to Herod while he was speaking to the people that he had the voice of a God. Let's see how God feels about sharing rulership with men or heathen alike. Yes, sir.
John 19, verse 14. And it was the preparation of the Passover, and about the 6th hour. And he said unto the Jews, behold your king. But they cried out, away with him, crucify him. Pilate saith unto them, shall I crucify your king? The chief priests answered, we have no king but Caesar.
So in this case, Pilate is about to crucify Yahushua. And Pilate knows something is amiss. Y'all got time for the Bible? Time for the Bible? Thou sayest. But in this case, Pilate was about to crucify our Messiah. And he knew something was wrong, because he had already voiced that this man had done nothing wrong. And he was trying to get the Jews to stall him out. But our people, understanding the prophecy, and those who generally hated him, right? Because even those who loved Yahushua still wanted him crucified to satisfy the prophecy.
Right.
But they cried out all the more to crucify him. And when he gave Yahushua the title of king, speaking to the Jews, they said, we have no king but Caesar. Now, you have plenty of blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans today who say that their leader is the president. Their leader is their mayor, their senator. They write letters to their senator thinking it's going to change something, not understanding this nation is built on slavery, and those who rule within it are accessories to the crime. But that's the nature of our people. We love our oppressors more than we love our own people. That's why I say it all the time. The If I was a so-called white man handing out pamphlets and ham sandwiches, I'd have a line back from here all the way down the Riverwalk. But because I'm one of their own, they don't want to hear what I got to say. But they don't understand that's to their own damnation, because many are called, but few are chosen. Brother, can you go ahead and get me Acts 12 and 20 through 23? Yeah, we don't. In 1 Samuel, I just wanted to point out the whole process of us getting kings to begin with. You know what I'm saying? And how that blight has stuck with us. That's why the Most High God, and actually, that I need to frame that correctly, because it's not all bad. It sets up a throne where a righteous king can sit there forever. And wouldn't you know it, the Most High God sent one, Yahushua. But the thing is, he's not on his throne yet. And until then, it can't be a vacant throne. You can't have a power vacuum. Because somebody's going to fill that position. And our people foolishly elect those people to fill that position, instead of repenting, returning unto God, and saying, God, you choose. That's what King David did when he tried to number the children of Israel in wickedness. But when he was penalized, he said, I'll just put myself in the hands of God. Most High, you choose what happens. And then that angel killed 70,000 of them. You know, but hey, we deserve it, right? But go ahead and get it. Hey, what's up, bro? Where's Andre? Come.
Sax-
Oh, let's look at this.
Yeah.
Okay, you ain't come.
He's coming back, but he has to teach
Get a little closer. You're not killed. Doing the left. Oh, get on the left. We are in Acts 12. You gonna set up your camera? I brought the stand and everything. I brought the stand. It's right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but while the brother sets up, we gonna keep going. But go ahead and get it when you got it. I didn't have, brother, I crashed out. I ain't gonna lie to you. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Thou says. Thou says.
Acts 12, verse 20. And Herod was highly displeased with them of Tyre and Sidon, but they came with one accord to him, and having made Blastus, the king's chamberlain, their friend, desired peace, because their country was nourished by the king's country. And upon the set day, Herod, arrayed in royal apparel, sat upon his throne, and made an oration unto them. And the people gave a shout, saying, It is the voice of a God, and not of a man.
Now, this is something that we need to take stock of. The people were saying that this white man speaking to them was the voice of a God. Now, most blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians will tell you that they pray and they hear the voice of God all the time. But they don't do anything that God says in the Bible, but let their manager send them a text saying, hey, I need you to come in 2 hours early tomorrow. I need you to stay late for the day. No problem, boss. I'll be right there. That's the voice of God that our people hear. And that's God with a little g. The voice of the ruler put over them. The chastening rod of the Most High God. And they will willingly obey that voice without faltering. But if you tell them, put down the pork, keep the Sabbath, wear your fringes, don't mar the corners of your head or your beard, all of a sudden, well, I don't have to keep the law anymore. God didn't mean that forever, even though when you read his word, he says in perpetuity, from generation to generation. See, most of our people don't understand the God that they serve is this one right here. Bam! Good old white Jesus. And white Jesus says you can do as thou wilt, which is the first tenet of Satanism. See, that's why we try to tell our people, if you call yourself serving God, you best read his book first. Get a handle on what he's commanding you to do, so that you can properly serve. I'm sorry, white man's got to go into slavery. Yeah, you can wink at me when you're picking cotton. Cool. So,
That's right.
hey man, it's like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure a lot of slaves got winked at when Miss Ann came to the plantation trying to find herself a good strapping buck to come join her in her bed for the night. And our people paid with their lives. See, ain't no friendship here. I'll dap up a white man after he's done warming up my bed, cooking my food, and doing all my work.
That's right.
I'll dap you up for the day before you go back to your slave camp with no electricity or plumbing. Y'all got time for the Bible today?
Then he has to edify us that we are chosen, that he ain't nothing. Then he can
No, he
get
can.
that out.
No,
all that.
no.
You sure right.
No, you know what? Here's the thing. Even if he acknowledges that we the chosen, you still got a debt to pay, man. Yeah, I'm about to say, you still got a debt to pay.
When he's done, I think you work this 16 hours a day. You know?
Hey,
He'd
man.
be like that Greek woman, you know?
The Syrophoenician woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understand that she knows she don't even deserve the crumbs, but she'll look at me if we did it. Yeah.
Man. But,
He talk like her, then he'll get his job after that 16 hours a day.
so we see here in Acts 12 that our people mixed in with the Zidonians and the people of Tyre are saying that the voice of Herod is likened unto the voice of a God. Let's see how the Most High God receives that message from our people. Let's see, does God go, you know what, he's a God too. That's cool. Or does God do something a bit more drastic? Go ahead, brother.
Acts 12, verse 23.
Bring it out.
And immediately the angel of the Lord smote him, because he gave not God the glory. And he was eaten of worms, and gave up the ghost.
So the Most High God immediately killed his ass. Immediately. Because the Most High God doesn't share his glory with anybody. See, our people are still learning this lesson, and they're learning it very slowly. But most of our people are not going to catch on until it's far too late. That's why it's always the same tried and true trope. As soon as the calamity comes, our people get on their knees, they cry out to God, and they suffer. And it happens over and over and over again. Because our people refuse to take heed simply when the knowledge is being given to them and amend their ways. Right? But let's go ahead. Go ahead and grab me Isaiah 42 and 8. And then you grab me Isaiah 45 and 8 as well. 45 and 8 and 42. Right? Because we got to illustrate that the Most High God is not sharing his glory with anybody else. Got it? Go ahead.
It's Isaiah 42, verse 8.
Bring it up.
I am the Lord, that is my name, and my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images.
So the Most High God makes it plain. He's not sharing his glory with men or idols. This is something that our people are going to say they acknowledge in principle, because they don't know the scripture, right? But they'll say they acknowledge it, although they celebrate the high holy days of their oppressor, an oppressor put over them by the strength and power of the Most High God, because there's no way that the white man could have took us over. You didn't have sunscreen until very recently. So how the hell do you fight a war outside without sunscreen as a white man? Especially when you're talking about an area such as America. Although this area is not the most, I guess, desert-like area, it's not the hottest climate on the planet, it's still very sun exposed. And I've lived in Europe, right? There's a lot of cloud cover, and them crackers still got to put on sunscreen. There's something called cloud burn. Most people don't even know about that. They can get sunburned when it's a cloudy day. But they aim to tell us that some way, somehow, that they all took us over and they were just these big old manly motherfuckers going out and crushing us. No, the Most High God appointed them over us. And our people still don't understand the Most High God is not sharing his glory with anyone else. You got it, brother?
Yeah, Isaiah 45, man.
Yes, sir.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 45, verse 8.
Bring it out.
Drop down, ye heavens, from above, and let the skies pour down righteousness. Let the earth open, and let them bring forth salvation, and let the Lord have created it. Salaki.
Oh, is it 43 names?
Let the earth open, and let them bring forth salvation, and let righteousness spring up together. I, the Lord, have created it.
Actually, Salakia, man, give me Isaiah 43 and verse 11.
Time. Book of Isaiah, chapter 43.
Verse 11. I, even I, am the Lord, and beside me there is no Savior.
Keep going.
I have declared and have saved. I have showed when there was no strange God among you. Therefore ye are my witnesses, says the Lord, that I am God.
So the Most High God is making it plain yet again that he is the only Savior that we can hope for. There is no God beside him. Many of our people go into those voting booths hoping that they'll vote for a candidate that will remember blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, turn back to us, and provide restitution for slavery, restitution for the Trail of Tears, restitution for all the land theft, all the rape, robbery, and murder, not understanding that that would be being saved. And that's not going to happen in this kingdom.
That's just crumbs compared to what
Say it for the camera.
they just want crumbs. That's just crumbs compared to what we deserve and what's coming to us.
Well, that's why the Bible postulates. Is Jacob a homeborn slave?
Nope.
Because our people are willing to accept anything. Hell, some of our people don't even want compensation. They just want the white man to say he's sorry.
We love it.
Yeah, oh, come on and give me a big old hug, nigga. That's what our people want. Y'all got time for the Bible? Thou sayest. And I love the look our women give us. It's priceless. The look of you're beneath me. But again, if I was a white man with a job, you'd be right over here.
Sucking the teeth and everything.
Yeah, again, that's why when they get victimized and the white man hit them upside the head, all of a sudden they come running to black and Hispanic man going, help us. Black Hispanic people assemble like we the fucking Power Rangers. That's why we tell them, stick with your own people. But our people never listen, and they keep paying the price for it. Not understanding the so-called white man is the sharpest sword and the God's armory. You interested, brother? Come talk to us. Yeah, come listen, brother. We out here for you. I would ask you, brother, is your father Hispanic?
Yes.
Mexican?
We are my dad's Mexican, my mom's Spanish.
Okay. You be from the tribe of Issachar in the Bible. You're an Israelite. We're out here to let blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that your real king and leader is the Most High God.
That's right.
And the king on earth he's appointed for us is who you call Jesus Christ. His real name is Hamashiach Yahushua.
Time.
Right? That's why I want to talk to you face to face. I don't want to yell at you, brother. I seem like I'm more aggressive than I am.
Now you're good. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, brother, we'll be here. All praises. All praises. Thank you, brother. No, man, we got some, but appreciate it, brother. See, again, just because they're not in front of you don't mean they ain't listening. And to you brothers who say, like, oh, man, you're going to wear your voice out. Hey, man, I'll wear my voice out 100 times to serve the Lord.
That's us being obedient because you're lifting up your voice like a trumpet. That's man.
Get that, man. Go ahead and get that. Because we're crying aloud, we're sparing not. And see, a lot of our people, they don't hear this message enough. And I'm talking about the militant men of our people. That brother was sitting there, he was looking at us like, I've never seen this shit before. But in reality, there's more and more men standing up like this every day. We're sick of the bullshit. We're sick of the abuse. We're sick of burying our children. We're sick of our women looking us in the eye like we ain't shit. We're sick of all of it. But the only way out of these curses is to return unto our God. And it's a nifty thing that we have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge.
Right.
So there's fertile ground to speak to our people with and to plant seeds and it yield fruit. Unfortunately, many of our people just aren't willing to even give you a chance to sow any seeds. And to those hard-headed servants, they're going to pay for it. Go ahead and get your scripture, brother.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 58, verse 1.
Bring it up.
Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
So we're doing what we're supposed to do. We're lifting up our voice, we're speaking like men, and we're reproving our people. We're letting them know this is how you're supposed to live according to the words of God, not according to us. And that's one of the reasons why our women have such an issue with all of this. Not just their men, but the words of God in general. Because the black, Hispanic, and Native woman is completely out of order. The words of her man don't matter to her, and the words of God don't matter to her. That's why there's a great judgment that's going to come upon our sisters specifically. Right? Well, let's go back to the lesson. Can somebody get me Jeremiah 10 and 1 through 2? And then you get me Psalms 64 and 1 through 8. Right? Because we've been told in relation to not only election day or electing oppressors over us not to do that, but we've also been told not to keep the high holy days of our oppressors. Go ahead and get it when you got it.
Jeremiah chapter 10.
Yeah, 10 and 1 through 2.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 10, verse 1.
Bring it out.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen.
Learn not what?
Learn not the way of the heathen. And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. For heathens, for the heathen are dismayed at them.
So we're told specifically to learn not the ways of the heathen. The ways of the heathen are many different things. Homosexuality is one of them. And I bring it out because I see a brother switch. See, our brothers don't understand, man. You got to be a man. Your people. And here's the thing. I'm not even going to chastise the brother as if it's purely his fault. But your people need you. You can't defend your family if you don't even want to have one.
Say when you said homosexual was one of them, that's when he made that turn.
Yeah. Well, because, hey, man, but here's the thing. I'm at least going to say it to you. See, the thing our brothers should be offended at is your daddy didn't say nothing to you.
No.
Your uncle didn't say nothing to you. All the men of your family said, you know what, I accept you the way that you are. The men of the Lord, we don't accept you the way that you are. We're telling you to change.
Those are beta men, too. Those are feminine-minded men.
We're telling you to change. Return unto your God and keep the commandments so we can stop burying our children, so we can get our land back. And you don't have to worry about being victimized as a little boy. That puts you on a path of perversions and self-deprecation. But I'm going to get off my soapbox and get back to this lesson, right? Because I understand. Brother might take offense and walk back through here and want to have words. You know what? I hope he does. That way we can show him what real love looks like. Because most of our people have never been shown real love. Everybody tells them, hey man, I love you just the way that you are. Come and give me a hug. But when it comes to you falling and bumbling through life, they have no wisdom, no counsel, nothing for you. The only thing they have for you is a soft hug. Until they're all out of those, and then they throw you on the street.
That's right. And you know it's a selfish thing because you reinterpret the word love and you promote the sin that your children are doing. So whenever you sin, it'll be okay, and they have to accept it because you accepted their sin. How selfish is that? That's crazy. That really is crazy.
Brother, you're bringing up a good point. Because that's the whole quid pro quo, right? You give me this, I give you that. I accept your sin, you accept my sins. That's why, again, the men of the Lord, we're not just reproving those who are around us. A lot of times we read this book and we cut ourselves. And then it's incumbent upon us as the men of the Lord to change. Because the Most High God is not a respecter of persons.
That's right.
Right? I'll go ahead and get that song. Yes, 1 through.
Psalm 64, verse 1.
Bring it out.
Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, who with their tongue like a sword, and bend their bows to shoot their arrows, even bitter words, that they may shoot in secret at the perfect. Suddenly do they shoot at me, and fear not.
So this is talking about, oh, y'all got time for the Bible today?
No, we gotta go.
We got a reservation.
Thou says. Y'all know y'all shouldn't celebrate Halloween. That's a pagan holiday, y'all.
That's not Halloween. That's
Then-
not Halloween.
then what is it?
This
Then
is
what is-
honoring the people that are dead.
Right. And how do you honor them with skeletons celebrating death?
No.
Exactly. No. Go ahead and go with your drink. I did look it up. It's called All Saints Eve. The thing you don't know anything about. Name me 3 saints. That's not on a liquor bottle. Exactly. And that's our elders. A damn disgrace. A damn disgrace. And it's always the woman running her mouth, but don't know nothing. It's always her. Meanwhile, she got a damn drink in her hand, celebrating death. And your people are the ones who've been dying. What do you have to celebrate? You burying your kids. Your kids are in cages at the border. You got to remind our stupid ass elders that you're the ones being buried.
And let their women lead them.
Meanwhile, if the white man says, get your ass to work, you get up and go to work.
Damn shame. I wonder why your women live longer than you. The weaker vessel live longer than the stronger vessel. Because he's working his butt off and letting her lead.
I get so sick of our damn elders. So sick of y'all. Your kids are lost. We are lost. And our elders are walking around with a drink in their hand, celebrating death. Not understanding you're the one dying. I could see if it was your damn enemy that you were celebrating was dead. It's you. Got the nerve to say she's celebrating the saints. What's that got to do with the Dia de los Muertos? What does that have to do with the saints?
That's, damn.
Literally means Day of the Dead.
She said, it means we honoring the dead. That's what this is. That's what she said.
Dia de los Muertos, Day of the Dead. They set up shrines and everything in their houses. And then they wonder why. When calamity strikes, whether it be here in the Americas with the cops killing them, or down in Mexico with the paramilitary gangs like MS-13, delivering death, the very same thing that they worship.
Honoring the dead. I could have sworn Yahushua revived and was alive again. He's supposed to be honoring the living, not the dead.
But here's the thing.
That's crazy.
That has nothing to do with the Day of the Dead. Because you don't honor something that's dead by attributing it to something that's alive.
Exactly.
Because if you say Christ is risen, then he has nothing to do with the Day of the Dead.
At all.
Nothing at all.
He's supposed to be risen with him.
I shouldn't have to tell my elder, who's 20 years my senior, and I'm a 40-year-old man. I shouldn't have to tell them that. But the harsh reality is, when many of us should be teachers, we have to be taught again. And many of them need to be taught again when they are advanced in age.
Crazy. He ain't say nothing. He just let her talk.
Well, because he knew this is something that's long overdue. I guarantee he lets her run rampant in his house. And you can see the spirit. He put his hands in his pockets and he just moseyed on down the road. Don't want no trouble.
And like I said, when it's time for me to start sinning, you accept my sins too.
It's a
And
damn
he said
shame.
by not saying nothing, not correcting her, just let her talk.
But that's why I also brought it up. It's always our damn sisters. Because if we all of a sudden turn into niggas from the world and want to put hands on you, he's got to step in front of us, all by himself. Now, we wouldn't do such a thing, but that's the reality that our women put us in,
That's right.
running their damn mouths.
And the power of life and death is on the tongue.
It's in the tongue.
Right.
Anyway, let's get back to this lesson, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Psalm 64, verse 5.
Bring it out.
They encourage themselves in an evil matter. They commune of laying snares. Privily, they say, who shall see them? They search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent search, both the inward thought of every one of them, and the heart is deep.
So one of the things you got to understand about the wicked that's being described here in Psalm 64 is talking about how they speak privily. They speak in private. They conspire against the righteous. In this case, I mean the Israelites. Your government does it all the time. It's the reason why most of the people in jail today are Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian. That's not a random set of circumstances. They conspire in secret. And most people don't even understand they conspire in secret so much that now you don't just have prisons on land. You have prison barges. Literal barges are huge-ass boats that have entire prisons on the boat. So they don't fall up under the codes of law on the land. They fall up under maritime law, which is a completely different subset of laws, where they don't have to treat you with certain privileges. They don't have to allow you a speedy and expeditious trial. They can treat you as basically a hostile alien upon the waters. In other words, you have no citizenship when you're on the water. But these are some of the secret counsels of the wicked. And they shoot their sharp words at the righteous. But without the Most High God as your defense, those arrows will strike you through. And many of our people find that out the hard way. Keep going, brother.
Verse 7, but God shall shoot at them with an arrow. Suddenly shall they be wounded. So they shall make their own tongue to fall upon themselves. All that see them shall flee away.
So this is saying despite the power of the so-called wicked, despite the authority and the rulership, the Most High God is the one who will repay and will render vengeance unto the unrighteous and will strike them through with his judgment. And that's what we're trying to tell Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. You are the Israelites of the Bible, and the white man's days are numbered. He's being struck through as we speak.
That's right.
Why do you think Iran is currently dropping bombs over in Israel? The people pretending to be you are under judgment. Why do you think Ukraine is being bombed? Because in case y'all don't know, those in Israel came from Khazaria. Khazaria is in Poland. They're the same people. The fake Jews are currently under judgment, and it's only gonna get worse. But you Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians better wake up, because if you don't, you're gonna die along with them. Go ahead and get me Psalms 137 and 7 through 8. You get that in Malchia. Get me Lamentations 7 and start at 14. All we're trying to do is wake our people up. All we're trying to do is show them that our oppressors have been rejoicing over our misfortune, over our fallen state, for all the wickedness that they've propagated in the earth. They still rejoice over us. There's no need for Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians to join in the festivities. Why celebrate Halloween? That's not your way. That is not your heritage. Again, if you say it's to celebrate the saints, you can at least know who the saints are. More times than not, our people profess to know what they're celebrating, what causes that they've given their allegiance to. But more times than not, when you put them on the spot, they draw a blank. Because most of our people don't know what Christmas is. All they know is they've been told it's Jesus' birthday. But if you ask them, where is that in the Bible? They don't have a clue. But if you ask them also, what's Saturnalia? They don't know what that is. That's the Greco-Roman equivalent to Christmas. Everything from the tree to the mistletoe, it's all there. And that was back in ancient Greece and Rome. But most of our people don't know that. Go ahead and get your scripture, brother. Malchia first. Yeah, actually, I'm on get yours because yours is 2 verses. Yes, Lamentations 5 and start at 14.
Psalms 137, verse 7. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it even to foundation thereof, and destroy, and O daughter of Babylon, who are to be destroyed. Happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones.
So the Most High, through the prophet David, is saying, remember, O Lord, the children of Edom. Remember these white devils. When we were on the back foot to the Babylonians, they went and destroyed our temple. And they cheered on our enemies, saying, destroy it, even to the foundations thereof. Remember the devils who destroyed our second temple, the Romans, the same people, the Edomites. And then to say, the daughter of Babylon who ought to be destroyed. And to say there's going to be glee in the Israelites when we take their babies and smash them against rocks, just like they did ours. Again, that's a question I have to ask to all our people. When you say you believe the Bible, well, what part do you believe? Do you believe that part? Because most of our people, this is unconscionable to them. They can't imagine getting revenge the way they did us. But that's exactly what's promised unto God's elect. And we await that promise with absolute joy. I can't wait for the day that I can dance in the blood of the wicked. And that day is coming soon.
Come.
Go ahead and get your stuff.
Lamentations what?
5 and start at 14.
Come. It's the book of Lamentations, chapter 5, verse 14.
Read up.
The elders have ceased from the gate, the young men from their music. Verse 15. The joy of our heart is ceased. Our dance is turned into mourning. The crown is fallen from our head. Woe unto us that we have sinned.
So what we're seeing here is our people are in a low estate. Our people have ceased from playing their music. They've ceased from having joyous festivities. And they've gone into captivity. And the crown of rulership has fallen from our head. Now I wanted to set up some suspense. We're going to go back to verse 8, and we're going to see why that happened. Right? As a matter of fact, start at 7.
Come. Book of Lamentations, chapter 5, verse 7. Our fathers have sinned and are not, and we have borne their iniquities.
That's the reason why all these things have happened to us. Our forefathers went off, and we bear the consequences of their actions. Because the Most High God saveth up the iniquity of the fathers to punish the sons. You got to remember, if regeneration is a real thing, that means you are your forefathers. So if they don't get punished in their lifetime, somebody's got to pay.
That's right.
So that means me and you. Keep going, brother.
Verse 8. Servants have ruled over us. There is none that doeth deliver us out of their hand.
Keep going.
Verse 9. We gate our bread with the peril of our lives because of the sword of the wilderness.
Now, translating that to today, you drive to the grocery store. All of a sudden, there's a cracker having a bad day because his dog died and his girlfriend left him. Now he want to shoot the place up. Remember that shooter in Buffalo, New York? He had been casing that grocery store for weeks before he finally committed the act. And he only killed black people. He made it a point. But we get our bread at the peril of our lives. That's one of the curses in Deuteronomy 28. Our lives would hang in doubt day and night. And that's currently where we reside. In a place where your life can vanish in an instant simply because you decided to go get something to eat. And our people still don't get the point. Keep going, brother.
Verse 10. Our skin was black like an oven because of the terrible famine. They ravished the women in Zion and the maids in the city of Judah.
So not only are our people put in, oh, you got time for the Bible, brother? All praises. Do you know who you are in the Bible, brother? Are you Mexican by chance? Did you know you go back to the tribe of Issachar in the Bible? Issachar in the Hebrew means he who was hired. Who are the hardest workers on the planet? Mexicans, hands down. What are your people known to be before you were called Mexican? What were y'all called? The Aztecs, right? Didn't y'all create the Aztec calendar? Y'all did. The Bible says that Issachar would be a people of the heavens, the times and the signs. You're the tribe that we look to when we need to be guided by the Most High God, by the stars. That's why y'all were able to use the stars and the constellations to plot out the times on the earth with such accuracy that they still use the Aztec calendar to this day. It also says that Issachar would be a strong donkey crouching down between two burdens. What's the animal from Mexico? The donkey. And how do they draw them? With the two satchels on each side. You're an Israelite, brother. And your home is with your brothers, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians.
That's right.
Right? We are all one people. Right? Give me Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. So, do you know why we're in this low estate, brother?
Don't know, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay, that's a good answer. And this is to my camera. One thing that blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians are never told that we can do is say we don't know. No one ever tells you, hey, brother, if you don't know something, that's okay. More times than not, they say, if you don't know it, fake it till you make it. And that's, we live our lives doing that. We get jobs doing that. But when it comes to the Bible, you can't fake that, brother. So when you say you don't know, that's the job of your teacher to fill you in. And that's what we're here to do, right? Go ahead and get it when you got it, man.
Ecclesiastes 12,
And 13.
12 and 13. Bring it out.
No, you're in the Ecclesiasticus. I got it, brother. So there's another book in the Bible called Ecclesiasticus. You grab out. But I got you, brother. This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13.
Read.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. Now I have a question. How many commandments are there?
All I know is 12. That's what I know.
There's 613, brother. Now, can you keep a rule that you don't know about? No. Now, what if I told you when we don't keep the commandments, our enemies get to rule over us? It's for sure. But where is it in the Bible? I'm going to show it to you. Give me Judith 5. Because one of the things they don't tell you is things like eating pork, wearing mixed fabrics, hating your brother, spreading rumors. All of those things are against the commandments of God. And because we do those things as a people, the people who have to wear sunscreen, who don't have nearly as much strength, speed, intellect, or even endurance as us, get to rule over us. Right? Give me a...
Everyone pray on that. They not just pray. Personally, not.
Sure. Well, I can't pray out in public, but I will pray for you. What's your name, brother? Sorry, Rudy? Okay, I'm high at L, brother. What you need us to pray for? She said right after. I'm gonna say this, brother. If you keep the commandments, and you let it be known that you're trying to be a better man, a righteous man in the eyes of God, because your wife believes in the Bible as well, right? I guarantee, brother, the Most High God, he honors the union of marriage. If you truly become a better man and you keep God's commandments, he will do one of two things. He will either heal your marriage or he will give you a righteous woman.
That's right.
Because the Bible says a wicked woman is a portion for a wicked man.
That's right.
I know this. I'm 40. When I was a younger man out in the world doing all types of wicked things, every wicked woman came my way. The women who would use me up, the women that I would chase, and they would just lead me on, take my money, take all my hospitality, and we'd fight tooth and nail. But when I started keeping the laws of God, I met my wife. And I've been at harmony ever since, brother. So, Rudy, the name of God before you go is Yahweh. Yahweh. Do you have YouTube by chance? Can I add my channel to your YouTube? Because I know you got to take off. I want to make sure you're getting fed. Oh, so I sell orders, right? I actually make them. They boost testosterone, increase healing, all that. Actually, I'll put in my car. That way you can do that. And if you got questions about the Bible, hit me up, man. Yahweh, which your God said, Yahweh Shai is the son's name. Tune into the videos, brother. God bless you as well. All praise to the Most High God. Yeah, man. Getting fed. You know what I'm saying? That's why I keep telling people, man, you got to say this loud. Our people are listening, man. Don't be fooled by the people who stand in front of you, giving you sour looks, turning the shoulder. Don't be fooled by that. You preach to the wind if you got to. That's what you've been ordered to do. We're fools all the day long for Yahweh Shai's sake. But see, the joke is going to be on our people who don't want to heed these words when the Messiah returns.
That's right.
They're going to be the ones bumbling and fumbling, trying to come up with excuses for why they couldn't stop and realize who they were according to the Bible. Meanwhile, those who've been on their square doing their job, we're going to get our crown.
That's right.
We're going to get our righteous garments. Hell, even if I don't get a crown or a righteous garment, I at least want Yahweh Shai to go, hey, I know who you are. Good job. Y'all got time for the Bible today? But God don't go to the church.
Well, we have church.
Shalom, bro. How much time? About 30? You got something on your mind you want to bring up? Okay. Let's kind of scrunch in. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Judah, chapter 5.
Start at 17. Yeah, start at 17.
Chapter 5, verse 17. And whilst they sin, not before their God, they prospered, because the God that they hated, iniquity, was with them. But when they departed from the way which he appointed them, they were destroyed in many battles, very sore, and were led captives into a land that was not theirs. And the temple of their God was cast to the ground, and their cities were taken by their enemies.
So we got to understand something. While we sin not, we were fine as a people. And I want to bring this out just for the edification, because I was talking about asking the brother if he knew why we were in this low state. While we are not sinning, the Most High God, he fights our battles. He makes sure when we go into battle, we're damn near invincible. And none of us fall in the heat of battle. But when we sin, we get basically destroyed by our enemies. Keep going, brother.
Verse 19. But now are they returned to their God, and are come up from the places where they were scattered, and have possessed Jerusalem, where their sanctuary is, and are seated in the hill country, for it was desolate. Now therefore, my Lord and Governor, if there be any error against this people, and they sin against their God, let us consider that this shall be their ruin, and let us go up, and we shall overcome them.
Now keep going. One more. Oh, yeah.
But if there be no iniquity in their nation, let my Lord now pass by, lest the Lord defend them, and their God be for them. And we come and reproach before all the world.
So Achior the Ammonite is putting all these other heathen nations on game. He's going, hey, look, while these people are on their square keeping the commandments, their God is with them, we can't defeat them. But when they depart from their God and don't keep the commandments, we can do anything we want with them. Now, in the very next verse, we're not going to read it, but the people heard all these words, and they wanted to kill Achior. Simply because he gave them the lowdown that these people, their fate is completely dependent upon their God. In other words, the heathen have no real power. You got to understand something. The Most High God has given us a very digital existence. Either we obey and we flourish, or we disobey and we're in a state of decay, corruption, and basically we lose sovereignty. We get ruled over by those who are not worthy in the eyes of God to be counted among his chosen. But that's all I had on that. What you got, brother?
Just kind of segue. Brother Manawashi signed it in. Got a few scripts applied to get out of here and go work for the white man. And it's a shame, brother, because I've been down here 20 minutes, just looking for a parking spot.
should have sent you a text. Up there is $10.
Yeah,
Okay. All praises.
You know,
All praises.
it's unfortunate because any other day our people ain't out like this. Some of us do flyer duty, some of us on our, trip to the grocery store, some of us at work, some of us while we at camp, we out here breaking it down and trying to uplift our people and let them know, these people are against us. As the brother brought out, if we come together, if we walk hand in hand together, agreed with these commandments, nobody can defeat us.
That's right.
But the enemies of us have conspired together to trick us, if you will, get us to go into sin. And one of the things I like to bring out is just that the main point would be that that's how they got us off our pivot, off our square. How you doing, brother? Got time for the Bible?
Stand, bro.
Yeah. Let me get give me Romans 13:9. There's another one I just had. No. Give me my point is, the heathens come against us, but it's not just the heathens, it's our own people. They trick some of us, and a lot of us seem to think that the old ways are, it don't matter no more. We can do Halloween now. That was whatever they started with, it don't matter no more. Christmas, it don't matter what they started with, that don't matter no more. Give me 1 Kings 8:27. And this is what they use, this is what they do, our people, to further our affliction. You know what I mean? We can't be mad at nobody else but ourselves. And we talk to each other. We say, "Hey, man, what's gonna get us together?" And there's pinnacle points in my life where I talk to professors and esteemed leaders in the community, black leaders in the community, and they would ask the question, what do we got to do to get it together, to come together or rise up? Because we have so much potential, but we can never fulfill it.
I got it.
Go ahead and give me
Romans chapter 13, verse 9.
Read.
For this, thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not covet. And if there be any other commandment.
All right, stop there. Those commandments that he just brought out, that would completely absolve a lot of the issues that we have in our community today. Stealing, killing, committing adultery, and coveting.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go work and get it on my own. I want to take what you got. What size shoe you wear? You know what I'm saying? That chain look real nice. I want to see how it feel on my neck. That car you got, I like that. You know what I'm saying? Your woman bad, I want that. I don't want to sit down and deal with my emotions or have those hard conversations. I'm going to just kill you about it. You know what I'm saying? If you said something I didn't like, I'm going to kill you about it. Even though I know you really not like that, I'm going to take it to that extreme level. And the cold part about it is it's a trick back for the Most High. Because that woman that you stole from that brother, she burning, you know what I'm saying? Or you get her and she leave you the same way you got her. A lot of brothers I know, when they get them whips off that drug money, every single time without a fail, they crash the whip, they go to jail, something happened where they lose that car. They get hit randomly, or the car just sitting on the street and some drunk person out of nowhere hit the car and totally destroy it. Every time, like, I can't make this up. You know what I'm saying? Finish that off.
And if there be any other commandment, it is briefly comprehended in this saying, namely, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Love worketh no ill to his neighbor. Therefore love is the fulfilling of the law.
Now, I did a little segue, but the point I want to bring this out is the heathens not only put us in a trick bag to trick us off our square to make us think that we're equal to them, and they got, that we one of them and we just all kumbaya get along. The biggest point is our people. We talk to our people, they say, oh, well, the only 2 commandments I got to keep is love God and love my neighbor. Well, what does that mean? They'll disregard the old ways in wickedness and in righteousness. And that's the point I want to make. It don't matter how Halloween started. It don't matter how Christmas started. It don't matter how Easter started. What about now? It's for the kids. It's for my family. Blah, blah, blah. It don't matter, you know, that most of the holidays that we celebrate, because we are the Israelites, is us celebrating overcoming other people. Ain't that what we sing? We shall overcome. That's what we always singing, right?
The greatest sucker song of all time.
But the cold part about it is those holidays is actually us overcoming our enemies. But our people like to go around because they've been tricked. You know that again, these heathens conspired against us to get us into believing this way. And we think that all we got to do is love our brother, and we don't even know who our brother is. We don't know how to love our brother. We don't know that adultery, coveting, stealing, killing, and all those things is that love that you need to do. It's not feelings and emotions and being effeminate.
This is 1 Kings, chapter 8 and verse 47.
You know,
Yet if they shall bethink themselves in the land whither they were carried captives, and repent, and make supplication unto thee in the land of them that carried them captive, saying, we have sinned and have done perversely. We have committed wickedness, and so return unto thee with all their heart and with all their soul in the land of their enemies, which led them away captive, and pray unto thee toward their land, which thou gavest unto their fathers, the city which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built for my name. Then hear thou their prayer and their supplication in heaven, thy dwelling place, and maintain their cause, and forgive thy people that have sinned against thee, and all their transgressions, wherein they have transgressed against thee, and give them compassion before thee, or before them who carried them captive, that they may have compassion on them.
And there's a lot, again, this is one of my favorite verses in the Bible, man. Because a lot of people, again, this is our trick bag that our people win, that it's generational curses, if you will, in a carnal sense, that our people like to perpetuate. They like to say, you know, we got generational curses on us, but it's not particularly defined in the Bible in that way. Some are, you know, superstitious, hocus type nonsense. But that has some validity to it. But our people have forgotten the old ways. You know, one of the last things, we went out Feast of Tabernacles, and I was asking some of our family in the crowd, like, how do we get back to that old love? Our grandparents and parents have been married 40, 50, 60, 70 years. These days, you'd be lucky to keep a woman for 1 year. You know what I'm saying? The rate in which our people are separated is crazy. I was even listening to a couple brothers that are big in the community, but are not big in the black community, but not necessarily the Israelite community. But one of the brothers was pandering to women, saying, hey, you know, he kept getting on the men with absolving all the women of their accountability. Brother, go ahead, get with that single woman with kids. The other brother said, hey, if you had kids with that man, you need to go work it out. And that's what our people need to understand. Our grandparents and our parents, they didn't have it sweet, and it wasn't easy. They had to figure it out. These old ways, because again, we noticed that our community is on a downward slope to the bottom of the toilet bowl. You know what I'm saying? We got to remember these old ways. The scripture I just had the brother read, it said that if they bethink themselves and remember, if they pray towards their land, we can't even agree on where our land is, most of us, right? Some of our people think we're indigenous, which in some ways is true. Some of us, because black doesn't define where you come from as far as the landmass is concerned. Some of our people think we came from Egypt. Some people think we came from Tartaria. My brothers, yeah, that's some other stuff though. Some people say we aliens, like other dimensional. You got all the type of beliefs here. But
Many used to teach that Utah is
right, Utah's New Jerusalem. The River Euphrates is the Mississippi. We got a lot of different beliefs there. But one thing it did say that I think we all can agree on is that we don't have no mercy or compassion right now from God. And it said these people that are found in their captivity, if they basically take accountability for the things that they doing wrong. And that's one of our biggest issues. You know what I'm saying? We gotta understand when we just talking DS to our people. Love your brother, love your neighbor. No. When did it say that you can allow other nations to just do whatever? Is that how Moses operated? But give me Leviticus 19. That's the one I wanted. 19 and 16. Yeah. Hold on. That's the one I wanted.
You want in the NL or ESV or NLT?
Yeah, give me that. We got to remember the old ways, right? We have a lot of sayings in our communities, but we don't believe that. Our music, the reason why we love so much wicked music these days is because it's backed by the validity of these people doing what they actually say. I thought we were people that are about action. Go ahead, brother. Get that.
16.
Yeah.
This is Leviticus, chapter 19, verse 16 in the NLT. Do not spread slanderous gossip among your people. Do not stand idly by when your neighbor's life is threatened. I am the Lord.
That's a big point right there. We just talked about not killing and coveting and adultery and all those things like that, stealing from your neighbor. Don't let your neighbor get killed. See, the only time, a lot of times when these Christians of our people come out and say, love your neighbor, love your brother, is when you start giving people, passing out accountability like scholarships. The white man did this to you. The East Indian man benefits from it. The Hamite man is still benefiting from you while hating you and pretending he is you. You see what I'm saying? Propagating. These people sell you things that they themselves don't eat and partake in. They'll allow you to celebrate holidays and make it real cool to do it, even though they don't subscribe to it. What was Buddy name that went on the Breakfast Club? The Amalekite. And it was like, why you he was like, opioid epidemic is the worst thing to ever hit America. Wow. And Charlemagne, the pedo, said, dang, well, why you signing artists like Chief Keef, Juice WRLD, and stuff like that who all they do is propagate opioid addiction? And the man ultimately said, well, I still gotta feed my family. So he chose his people over yours. And he celebrated by rolling, hey, what's that, Darkwing Duck? Or what, no, I forgot what it is. Scrooge McDuck. Was it him? He was jumping in the money and rolling around?
That's him.
That's what they doing, man. Why you out here eating government cheese and noodles?
You talking about this man, Leonard Cohen.
Leor, yeah. Leor Cohen.
Leonard, yeah.
Because we know, he probably changed his name up. We call it Leor Cohen, which means La'ah. No, not priest. It's in his name. That's Leor Cohen, La'ah Cohen. La'ah Kahan, not priest. But he's pretending to be you. You know? My main point here is, our people got to seek the old ways. Our people out here this week, this is Dias de las Puertas out here in San Antonio, Texas. We out here celebrating the dead. And this couldn't be more prophetic than anything else I've ever seen in my life, because a lot of these people out here are dead spiritually. Literally, we're in the midst of walking dead. Lord willing, these men on this line make it. All of us together. But about celebrating the dead.
I called down.
There's a cold scripture.
Dead buried the dead.
out here and we don't have no care in the world for the Most High. We don't seek the old ways. We don't go through these books. We don't really try to get understanding. And those of us who do try to get some type of understanding is through the lens or framework of love your neighbor, which is a people who is not your neighbor. Our people are afflicted. These other people are not. It's different when when they standing on that box to reach your height. When they get a head start on that race that you're about to win. You got it. Yeah, go ahead and get that out, brother. Bring it out.
This is Sirach, chapter 22 of Salakia. This is Jeremiah, chapter 22 and verse 10.
Bring it out.
Weep ye not for the dead, neither bemoan him, but weep sore for him that goeth away. For he shall no more return, nor see his native country. And there's another one in Sirach.
Yeah.
I don't know why they took me somewhere. This is Sirach 22 and 12. 7 days do men mourn for him that is dead, but for a fool and an ungodly man all the days of his life.
And that's the whole point. For the dead, we can't, they're gone. Your ancestors not talking to you. Stop praying to them. They're not speaking to you. They're not giving you no spiritual advice. And if they could, they're gonna tell you the same bullshit that got them killed. Let's keep it 100. A lot of our family members are wicked as hell. Hell, we got ancestors, we got elders that are walking around to this day that can't give no knowledge, no wisdom, no understanding, no guidance, because they themselves are off. Go ahead and bring it out, brother.
There's a little bit more.
Oh, okay. It's locked. Go ahead. Stop.
This is Sirach 22 and 11. Weep for the dead, for he hath lost the light. And weep for the fool, for he wanteth understanding. Make little weeping for the dead, for he is...
It said, go ahead. Start that over.
Weep for the dead, for he hath lost the light.
Right. Keep on.
And weep for the fool, for he wanteth understanding.
These fools out here won't understanding. At least the dead, they don't. It's done. The race is finished. The fool is alive and won't understand it and can't get it. Because our people hate understanding. They hate wisdom. They hate knowledge. They hate God. They hate their people. They hate their children. They hate their wives. I think I smell a blunt sparking up right now. You know what I'm saying? We hate each other, man. We got to seek them old ways. There's reasons why some of the movements that actually progressed and we achieved but Slovakia. Yeah, our people hate each other, man. Some of the reasons why we actually progressed in some of the movements that we had of old is because we actually came together. It wasn't in complete righteousness, but we came together. And that's one thing we seem to not be able to do today. You don't gotta get along, you ain't gotta be friends, you ain't even gotta like each other. But you gotta keep these commandments. Don't sleep with that brother's wife. Don't steal from him. Don't even look at his things to take it. Don't deal falsely with him. Don't lie to him. Don't bear false witness on him. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't see him do that, why do that? And those things are big, and like the exposure culture of today is wild. And it's unfortunate that some of us are actually put in a position where that's all we can do to defend ourselves. I'm not saying it's right, but I understand it. You know, if somebody's steadily slandering, how you doing, brother? If somebody's out here yelling and screaming, talking about you this, you that, you this, you that, first off, they slandering you. They bearing false witness first. You know what I mean? And then you got to put out videos on them to absolve yourself of any of these things, right? And some of these videos that people put out is not, I don't think it's unlawful. I think it's justified, right? Some of the videos people put out is not. Let's be honest. Revenge porn. We got a lot of things going on. Our people hate each other. We got to remember the days of old. Remember the things of old. Remember the times of old, because this is a tree that we sitting in that has deep roots. And we're the strange fruit. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead and get that from me, brother.
There's more.
Oh, it's like you finish off.
Finishing Sirach 22:11. Make little weeping for the dead, for he is at rest. But the life of the fool is worse than death.
Hey, and the Most High can take that wisdom from you. We see it all the time. Brothers, get a stroke, heart attack, smoke a little dope. Their chemical imbalance is thrown off, or his chemical balance is thrown off. They got an imbalance. All type of stuff. BPD, we talked about that last camp. A lot of these mental illnesses, which I believe are spirits, are put upon people through the actions of usually drugs. And then following all of that is homelessness. But and these people, they are seeking wisdom and cannot get it. Go ahead, bring it up.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 6, verse 16. Thus says the Lord, stand ye in the ways, and see, and ask for the old paths.
That's right.
Where is the good way? And walk therein, and ye shall find rest for your souls. But they said, we will not walk therein.
Y'all got time for the Bible today?
Yeah.
That's it.
And that's our people today. The Most High said, find the old path, find the old ways. And our people say, nah, we ain't gonna do that. Hey man, love your actual neighbor. Love your wife, love your kids. Nah, I ain't gonna do that. And that's pride. And right after that comes that destruction that falls. But get that other precept.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 8, verse 17. I love them that love me, and those that seek me early shall find me.
And that's the bottom line. Actually, that's not the bottom line. Give me Ecclesiastes 12. That's not the bottom line. But those that seek him early shall find him. You don't want to be that person who says, you know what? Maybe them black Hebrew Israelites were right. They was right after all. When you got 30 seconds before them nukes drop. When you see righteous brothers and sisters getting beamed up in them chariots. Those who seek him early shall find him. If you love him, if you want him to love you, you need to love him. And how do we love him? Give me 1 John 2.
Ecclesiastes 12, verse 13. Read out. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments.
What?
Fear God and keep his commandments. For this is the whole duty of man.
It's the whole duty of man. And our people, I just mentioned watching the debate. Our people have no sense of duty whatsoever. Only to the things that destroy us. We got a duty to celebrate the days of the dead. I mean, that's akin to me to going and sleeping in the graveyard. And there's only one group of people I know who do things like that. And that's our oppressor. Our main oppressor, right? But I really can't even fathom. I can't fathom it. Dressing up, I hear you, I see you. But a lot of times people dress up, they want to dress up as the worst things possible. They want to glorify the worst things possible. And a lot of these people out here are traumatized. A lot of times you're seeing dead bodies and blood and guts and all type of, I just seen a wicked doctor, blood all over him, eyes hanging out. That's going to be a reality pretty soon. And for some of us, that's been a reality in our lives for real. When you saw your best friend get shot down in your arm, and shot down next to you, bleeding out in your arms. When you got in that car crash and your baby died. When you had that miscarriage, that's a reality for some of our people. And what we want to do is glorify that. Go ahead, what I had
1 John 2.
Go ahead.
This is 1 John, chapter 2 and verse 3. And hereby we do know that we know him, if we keep his commandments. He that saith, I know him, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar, and the truth is not in him. But whoso keepeth his word, in him verily is the love of God perfected. Hereby, verily is the love of God perfected.
Love, love.
The love of God is perfected. Hereby know we that we are in him. He that saith he abideth in him ought himself also so to also walk, even as he walked.
Right. And the way he walked, that was a long time ago. Oh, that book old. That book old. That ain't. And hey, admittedly, that was some things I used to say, but I didn't know no better. Just what I was taught. And then I was speaking from a position of pride, thinking I knew it all, ignorance, all of that. You know, it's an old book, and a lot of that stuff happened before. No, it said that we need to seek the old path. A lot of these things happen aforetime for our learning. You know what I'm saying? Our proof and our instructions. You know what I'm saying? But with that, I'm gonna have to say, call Allah Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shah. I'm gonna sign out. I gotta get back, serve my serve her.
I ain't even seen you go look. Spinning the block. Say, get with Andre. That brother knows free parking spot is like 5-minute walk.
Yeah.
Okay.
You might all have to do it.
It's the same parking. I've been parking.
Okay.
Well, see me walking here, I'm not parking right here because I'm parking at the free spot. Okay. He told about 2 times. And we just been ignored.
Well, I mean, I'd be trying to get here on time, and I already be late.
He gonna walk up. You gonna see? He gonna walk up. He gonna park one. He gonna park one. She did the free parking spot. He gonna walk up.
But y'all, let's get back to it. Brother Manawash off the scene. We gonna get back to the lesson. Y'all got anything I want to bring up before I get back to it?
Con. So on my drive over here, I was listening to Ciroc 34 and went to 35. That really just kind of touched my heart. You know what I mean? It just made me feel joyous because it was hitting home.
Okay.
And if you can, it's my verse. 28, 8 and 9.
34.
And yeah, 34, the last 3 verses.
This is Sirach, chapter 34, and verse 24. When one prayeth, and another curseth, whose voice will the Lord hear?
So, if you're praying, and then the next minute you're swearing, or cursing, or bringing ill calamity verbally upon your people, and even upon yourself, it says, whose voice? Who will hear you? Basically. Go ahead and bring that out. Start at verse 8. Matter of fact, go ahead and finish what you go ahead and finish that.
Verse 25. When he washeth himself after the touching of a dead body, if he touch it again, what availeth his washing?
Because the law says that when you are defiled physically, you are to wash your clothes, bathe in water, and you are unclean until evening. That's what it says. So if those who read the law and understand what they're supposed to be doing, because even if you read it in the New Testament, the writer of the New Testament is talking as if you've already read the law. That's why a lot of people don't even understand the New Testament, because they haven't first read the law of Moses and the prophets. So if you read the law, you should already know what he's talking about when the writer of Ecclesiasticus says, if you wash your clothes to become clean and then go back and touch something unclean, what avails your washing? It was for nothing. It was in vain. Right? Go ahead and read.
Verse 26. So is it when a man that fasted for his sin.
So when a man that fasts for his transgression of those same laws, because the law requires you to wash your clothes, bathe in water, and be unclean until evening, so you can be reconciled back to the Most High. That's what that washing does. All those things is just a ritualistic thing in order to reconcile you back to the Most High. It's no different than taking a Nazarite vow, defiling your vow, having to go through a 7-day cleansing on the 8th day, shave your head wide. So you can be reconciled back to the Most High and do that vow again. Because until you actually go through that cleansing, you cannot even take your defiled, and your vow is not even acknowledged until you go through the cleansing ritualistic. So you can't even defile yourself and then pretend as if you mentally went through the cleansing but never physically went through it. That's the same as faith without works. See what I'm saying? So go ahead and continue to read that.
So is it with the man that fasted for his sins and goeth again and doeth the same.
And go out again to do it the same. So if you fasted from your sins for a time, and then you go and sin again, when the Lord said, go and sin no more, man, come on, man. Now you're walking as a hypocrite. Now you're not keeping the law, because you're, instead of profess to be one's righteous, keeping the law and then breaking the law, and then going back to keeping the law and then breaking the law. This is not somebody who's truly repentant wholeheartedly. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead and read that verse again where it says about the prayers.
This is Sirach 34 and 24.
You know.
When one prayeth and another curses, whose voice will the Lord hear?
So whose voice will the Lord hear? What does that tell you? That means that if you're praying and then you're contradicting what you're supposed to be doing, just like if you're not doing the ritual, you're doing the ritual cleansing, and then you go to defile yourself again, and it's in vain. The Most High don't even hear your voice when you pray. Go ahead and get that Proverbs 28, start at 80, read verse 89.
Proverbs 28, verse 8. You know, he that be usury and unjust gain increase. Unjust gaineth increase his substance. He shall gather it from him that will pity the poor. He that turneth away his ear from hearing the law, even his prayer shall be abomination.
So notice that everything that you do, if it's an unjust gain, especially if you're taking from the poor, which are already poor, and you're taking what little they have left, that is unjust, that's unwise, that is against the law, because the law teaches you to give to the poor, not take from them. But if you don't even heed the law, even your prayers are an abomination, just like it says in Sirach, chapter 34, where he says that no one hears you. But today, in your churches, they'll tell you that the Lord hears your prayer. That's why you're here. And then they'll pass that collection plate around and say, now pass out your money so you can be blessed. Let's go ahead and, matter of fact, go ahead and get that in Matthew 15 and read verse 8, because Yahushua stresses that. No, that's not even verse 8, that's verse 6. Because a gift pollutes the heart of the righteous. It's against the law to accept a gift so you can be released from keeping a commandment. That is somebody who is trying to get you to break the law. Go ahead and read that.
This is Matthew 15 and 8.
No, Matthew 15 and 6.
15 and 6. And honor not his father or his mother, he shall be free. Thus have ye made the...
Start at 5.
Start at 5. But ye say, whosoever shall say to his father or his mother, it is a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, and honor not his father and his mother, he shall be free.
So if you pay wages, then you shall be free from keeping the commandment, honor your father and your mother. This is a gift to the teacher, so he will not put a judgment upon you for dishonoring your parents, which is a commandment. Well, it's a commandment to honor your parents. So if you dishonor your parents and not give the Levite or the judge in the city a gift, he's saying, well, I don't have to pay that penalty, that death penalty. I'm released from it. Go ahead and read.
It is a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, and honor not his father or his mother, he shall be free. Thus have he made the commandment of God of none effect by your tradition.
So you've made the commandment of God of none effect by taking bribery and releasing somebody from the judgment of the commandments, because they broke the commandment, and after you break a commandment, you're supposed to reap the judgment if there's no reconciliation. This particular commandment is a death penalty. So there is no reconciliation. But Yahushua himself is upset because these people have, the teachers, the leaders, have released the person who's supposed to get that judgment, that death penalty, from that penalty, because they was able to pay their way out that penalty. As the word of God says, a bride pollutes the hearts of the righteous. That's in the law. But if you don't even heed the law, like the brother read earlier, the Most High don't even hear your prayers. You see what I'm saying? Is that verse 8?
I'm gonna get to it.
Con.
Verse 7. Ye hypocrites, well did Isaiah prophesy of you, saying, this people draweth nigh unto me with their mouth, and honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. But in vain they do worship, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men.
So your doctrines is what you see, what's going on today. You see people walking around with Halloween costumes. You see them walking around dressed as mummies, dressed as skeletons. Their kids dressed up in pumpkin heads and stuff like that, dressed up in witches. You see all these vain customs, all these vain things. And like the brother read earlier, that we're not supposed to be even heeding the customs of the heathen. You see what I'm saying? We're not supposed to be following in their ways. It says go not in the way of the heathens. But that's what we're watching. It's all around us. We're seeing that right now. Why? Because these are traditions of man. That's why no one is thinking about God. No one is thinking about God's feelings, his hurt, his pains, because God's having feelings. Why do you think it says, and the wrath of the Lord came upon them? Because the God has anger. Why do you think God commands us to be joyous in the occasions of his holy days instead of these people's holidays? Because he's joyous. He finds joy in his people. His focus is Israel. But you got to read the law, statutes, and commandments. Otherwise, you're not going to know the law. If you don't even know the law, you're not going to understand the New Testament that tells you about the law, that's acting out the law. And then if you don't even understand the New Testament, how are you going to understand the salvation of our master who came to sacrifice himself for the sins of the world of Israel? You're not. It's not possible because you don't even read about the law. How do we know that the law was being taught by our brothers like Paul? Well, let's hear from Paul himself.
Acts 28, verse 3. 20, Salakia. Acts 28, verse 23. And when they had appointed him a day, there came many to him into his lodging, to whom he expounded and testified the kingdom of God, persuading them concerning Jesus, both out of the law of Moses and out of the prophets.
Out of the who?
Out of the prophets.
Uh-huh.
From morning till evening.
So from morning till evening, Paul, while he was in Rome waiting his final judgment, he persuaded the people using both the law of Moses and the prophets. He persuaded them of Yahweh, who the world enemy called Jesus Christ. So why is Paul teaching out of the law? Why is he teaching out of the law of Moses and the prophets? Because the law of Moses and the prophets is going to tell you about your salvation of Yahweh. The law of Moses and the prophets is going to teach you about your Savior. It's going to teach you about his license, the reason why he came. So when you understand Matthew chapter 15, 24, when he says, I only came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, you're going to learn the aspect of the way that's supposed to be seen and understood through the law of Moses and the prophets, as Paul teaches. You see what I'm saying? So I just want to edify the point of the law is not even something that if you don't keep it, your prayers is not heard, and you can't disregard it, because if you want your prayers heard, you have to go through it to learn how you're supposed to be acting. Not like these people you see keeping this pagan Halloween custom that don't even honor the dead, but it's a praise and worship to other deities. Because the dead was Israelites. They were gloating and marrying because we were the ones that's being killed. We were the ones hanging on the tree as the dead. Those skeletons that they're wearing, those are the skeletons that was the Israelites hanging from the branches. And they don't know what they're doing. The people don't understand because they don't read the law. I just want to stress that point.
I had a precept to add on to what the brother was saying. This is John, chapter 9 and verse 31. Now we know that God heareth not sinners, but if any man be a worshiper of God and doeth his will, him he heareth. So that's the blind man who was healed by Yahweh. While they were trying to, the Pharisees and the Sadducees were trying to catch him up, he let it be known, man, God don't hear sinners
At all.
So to all you niggas talking about, hey man, God gonna bless me while you headed to the strip club, hey man, I got another news flash for you, man. Another news flash, man. It ain't gonna go down that way. The Most High God has already made it known that in order for you to have good favor, you have to come unto him like a king. The greatest of all kings.
That's right.
You don't transgress in the court of the king and then ask for a favor. That'll get you put to death. But our people, they transgress all the day long. And then they believe while in the midst of their transgression, they can call upon the God of righteousness and receive favor. It don't go down like that. But what the brother was bringing out, I actually have some stuff to bring out about Halloween. Because this is something that, like the brother said, most of our people don't understand. Because what Halloween actually means is All Hallows Eve. And it's to honor the saints, or the death of the saints. Now, it should make perfect sense. While they have skeletons, dead bodies, they celebrate fictional characters like Jason, Michael Myers, murderers.
That's right.
Because the white man was murdering the saints.
That's right.
And what better way to celebrate the murder of the saints than to make it a holiday that you call All Hallows Eve or Halloween? See, our people have to understand that these are their holidays. These are not our holy days. That's why they celebrate things like Thanksgiving, the murder, rape, and pillaging of the Native Americans.
That's right.
That's why they celebrate taking lands like Cuba, Puerto Rico, the West Indies. Hell, they celebrate black folks so much to the point where they won't even give us an official holiday. They give us bootleg holidays like Juneteenth, where you get to celebrate moving off the plantation right into the prison house.
And late with it. And late with it.
Shit. And then they have you learning about people like George Washington and Martin Luther King for February. A slave master and a bona fide coon. Give me Jeremiah 23. Right? Because this is something that our people don't understand. The Bible actually put us up on game about people talking about, I have dreamed. The pastors that come in the name of God but don't have the faintest clue of what we're supposed to be doing to serve God. Give me start at 18 and read down to 22.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 23, verse 18. For who has stood? Verse 18. For who has stood in the counsel of the Lord and have perceived and heard his word? Who have marked his word and heard it? Behold, a whirlwind of the Lord is gone forth in fury, even a grievous whirlwind. It shall fall grievously upon the head of the wicked. The anger of the Lord shall not return until he have executed, until he have performed the thoughts of his heart. In the latter days ye shall consider it perfectly. Verse 21. I have not sent these prophets, yet they ran. I have not spoken them, yet they prophesied.
So this is talking about the prophets that the Most High God have not sent, but they prophesy of times of peace. Keep working it, brother. Keep going. Yeah, buddy. Hey, Northern Kingdom getting it, man. You see him coming up them hills?
Get it, man.
Shit, man, he hustle like a gazelle, man. I gotta respect that. But, you know, this is talking about the prophets that are in your churches, that stand on these corners talking about Jesus saves. The Most High God is saying he ain't sent them. That's why we're out here to let our people know there's calamity, war, and woe coming to the earth. And if you don't believe us, check our resume, which is the Bible. Check the words of God. Right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 22. But if they had stood in my counsel and had caused my people to hear my words, then they should have turned them from their evil way and from the evil of their doing.
So one of the ways that you would know if these pastors in the church were the real deal is our people would have turned back to God and stopped sinning. That is the ultimate litmus test. See, when you go to the church, I don't care if it's a black, Hispanic, or Native American preacher, they tell you to love your enemy. They tell you God loves everybody when the Bible don't say that. They tell you don't have to keep the law. They tell you God knows your heart. The Bible don't say that. Though it does say God does know your heart and your thoughts. But that's not a reason for you to disavow God's commandments, as the preacher will tell you. He'll tell you, hey man, you got all these things in opposition to you. God's going to let you basically slide on keeping his commandments. And that is not so. Keep going, brother.
Verse 23. Am I a God at hand, saith the Lord, and not a God afar off? Can any hide himself in secret places, that I shall not see him, saith the Lord? Do not I fill heaven and earth, saith the Lord?
Now this is rhetorical, because the Most High God is saying, look, y'all seem to be so confused and so despondent to my commands. Am I too far away to reach you with my prophets? Did I not give my words clearly enough to my prophets to convey them to my people? Am I a God afar off? In other words, am I not powerful enough to achieve the things that I've spoken into existence? And we know that to not be the case. We serve the all-powerful, almighty Yahweh, and his word does not return unto him void. Keep going, brother.
Verse 25. I have heard what the prophet said. The prophet that prophesied lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed. I have dreamed.
That should sound familiar. I have a dream. The ultimate, just like, I mean, when you really look at Martin Luther King and his career, he got it right on the back end. But there was a whole lot of cooning and a whole lot of underperforming throughout his entire civil rights career. We have to understand something. The Bible has accounted for all these major figures who have said they have dreams of seeing a unified world, a world at peace, when the Messiah himself said, I came to bring division. I came to bring a sword. But see, our people would rather have itching ears toward the precepts of men instead of the precepts of the Almighty God. What you got, brother?
This is the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 34, verse 1. The hopes of man, void and understanding, are vain and false, and dreams lift up fools. Verse 2. Whoso regardeth dreams is like him that catcheth at a shadow and followeth after the wind. Verse 3. The vision of dreams is the resemblance of one thing to another, even as the likeness of a face to a face of an unclean thing. What can be cleansed? And from the thing which is false, what truth can come? Divination and soothsaying and dreams are vain, and the heart fancieth as a woman heart in Salakia, and the heart fancieth as a woman heart in travail. If they both not sent from the Most High in thy visitation, set not thy heart upon them.
So this is talking about the vanity of dreams. Those who put their trust in the visions of the night or in the delusions of the day. Many of our people guide their entire lives by the dreams of others, by the visions of tarot card readers, prognosticators, psychics, evangelizers, preachers, etc. They set their hands in their words. Instead of saying, hey, I understand you coming out and saying all these things, but where's the proof? Where's the prophecy? I mean, again, and Martin Luther King was saying that in the church. You got to remember, most of these churches have Bibles lined up in front of the patrons who come to the church. All somebody had to do was pick up the Bible and go, man, this nigga lying.
Really?
That's all they had to do. Now, one thing that most of our people don't know is most black people actually didn't like Dr. Martin Luther King. That's one thing people didn't know. He was a popular figure, but most blacks were not trying to make peace with the white man. That is a fabricated lie. And it's easy to fabricate a lie such as we're all coming together when his primary ally was Amalek, who has control of the media. Give me Revelations 18. Because we have to understand, our enemies have been lying to us about coming together, about loving one another. See, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we're the only family that we've got. The time to separate from our enemies is right now. And yes, in case you're confused, your primary enemy is the so-called white man.
That's right.
Shouldn't be a secret. But give me Revelations 18 and start at, you know what, start at 21.
Revelations 18, verse 21. Bring it up. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and cast it into the sea, saying, Thus with violence,
That's what?
thus with violence shall the great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. And the voice of harpers and musicians and of pipers and the trumpeters shall be heard no more at all in thee, and no craftsman of whatsoever craft he be shall be found any more in thee, and the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee.
So this is saying the destruction of the white man's society, of his kingdom. It's going to be swift, it's going to be violent, and when that destruction comes, there's not going to be any agency left. No ability to affect change, generate work, or any semblance of power. They're going to lose all sovereignty as they go into captivity, which is well awaited and well deserved. Keep going, brother.
Verse 23, and the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by the sorceries were all nations deceived.
How were the nations deceived?
For thy sorceries were all nations deceived.
So, for by their sorceries were all the nations deceived. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Thou says, and I always say it, keep that same energy when someone's in the hospital, when you're short on rent, when your cupboard is empty and you ain't got a dime in your pocket. Keep that same energy, because you best believe God turns his face from you the way you turn your face from him. Keep the same energy. And blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, in case you don't know, the white man hates your guts. And America's about to be on her back, begging for help. What do you think the white man's about to do? He about to put your ass back in slavery. He gonna give it a good old college try. And guess what? If God ain't with you, your ass going back to the cotton field. It's gonna be bad times all over again. Again, our people don't understand. The time is right on top of us. You got Donald Trump saying, make America great again. What do y'all think that means? Last time America was great, last time I can recall, blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, it wasn't so great for us.
At all.
But you coons keep on cooning. And you gonna buck dance your way right back into the cotton field and into the kitchen, and your ass gonna have one of them little turbans on being mammy again. Talking about Mammy's little baby like Shorty. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna happen again.
But you know what though? It wouldn't even, their kingdom is already built up.
Give me some.
If slavery would even start again, it would be to completely exterminate all of us, because we already built our kingdom. They have everything that they need. They don't really need us no more.
Y'all got time for the Bible?
They got their machines now.
And I'll say it.
They got their world power. They won't need us, the biggest threat, no more. So to even gather us together talking about going into slavery, whether it's martial law, you can start over, whatever. What do you think that looks like? That's gonna be the extermination of your people. We have to take over. We built our kingdom already. They don't need us no more.
But that's why the mark of the beast. See, the thing is, the mark of the beast is to reach where the whip can't, and it's to establish a brand that you can't rub off or cut off. It's to mark you forever. See, and most people don't even understand that graphene oxide technology, they're trying to utilize that so it can be passed down to your kids by you simply having children. They don't have to keep rebranding you with the current technology that they're working on. It's a molecular science where it rebuilds itself. Most people don't even understand all these different technologies that the white man is working on. And it's to truly put you in slavery the way he's always intended. The only reason why he ever let you off the plantation is because you kept fighting back too often. That's why the minute he let you off the plantation, he passed the black codes, the vagrancy laws, the Jim Crow laws that put you right back in the penitentiary on the chain gang. And if you actually know current history, there are people in the Deep South who are on plantations who don't even know slavery is over. See, look up a woman named Antoinette Harrell. I brought this out last week. Antoinette Harrell. She interviews slaves from the modern day. People who literally are saying, we didn't even know slavery was over. We live in basically a shack on a plantation, and if we leave, they will retrieve us, and if we refuse to come back, they will kill us. And that's exactly what they did to us in the antebellum slavery.
Yeah. And they made a movie on that.
Y'all got time for Bible today? Y'all got time for Bible today? Which God, brother? I know. You don't have a clue what we're talking about. That's why I said it. No, that's it. Go ahead and give me some.
Psalms 55, verse 20. He hath put forth his hands against such as to be at. Start that again. He hath put forth his hands against such as be at peace with him. He hath broken his covenant. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter. But war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil. Yet were they drawn swords. Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee. He shall never suffer the righteous to be moved. But thou, O God, shalt bring them down into the pit of destruction. Bloody and deceitful men shall not live out half their days, but I will trust in thee.
That's it. So, one of the things that we have to understand is the words of the white man are smoother than butter. And it's not just him. Whenever any of these heathen need work done, that's the nicest you'll ever see them. Hey, brother, yeah, man, we all suffer together. We all bleed red. We're family. Come on, bring it in for a hug. Yeah, you hungry? Hey, you need some dollars? Hey, man, I got you, man. But while you're here, I got a little work that needs doing. You know what I'm saying? Come on in. And before you know it, you're back working for them. With them on top, you on the bottom. Their words are smoother than butter. That's why most of our people are going to go vote. And I'm going to be real. Their words aren't even smooth anymore. I don't understand how black people are voting for anybody now. It's so transparent. Now they're basically saying, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Joe Biden literally said that. If you do not vote for me, you're not black. But you got dumbass niggas still trying to vote for these people. Because our people are devoid of knowledge.
Harris, cooking greens in the tub.
Man, Hillary Clinton got hot sauce on the Breakfast Club and shit. Talking about she carried hot sauce with her everywhere she goes. But in the 90s, she called us super predators. You see what I'm saying? This shit is crazy. We'll get that into Isaiah 47. And then after that, I'm going to go back to the lesson.
Book of Isaiah chapter 47 verse 6. I was wroth with my people. I have polluted mine inheritance and given them into thine hand. Thou didst show them no mercy. Upon the ancient hast thou very heavily laid thy yoke.
So one of the things that we have to understand about what happened to us in slavery, these people laid the yoke upon us very heavy. So heavy to the point where now our people are completely destroyed. I'm looking at a brother walking around with a painted face like a skeleton and horns on his head, celebrating death, not understanding it's the celebration of death of his people. That's how heavy the yoke has been laid upon God's people, to the point where we've been driven mad. And now we revel in our own demise, instead of having the spirit to stand up and throw off the yoke of oppression. Now we cleave onto it as if it's a form of security, not understanding that the white man always breaks his tools. That's part of white supremacy. you leave no witnesses. That's why one of the things that they did when they were bringing us over here to the mainland of America is that they killed all our elders. You gotta kill the witnesses capable of giving an account and a testimony to your brutality. And that's exactly what they did. Oh, is that all I want? Let me see. Now keep going, brother.
Verse 7. And thou saidst, I shall be a lady forever, so that thou didst not lay these things to thy heart, neither didst remember the latter end of it.
Now, that bears witness to what we just read. Most of our people, they basically say, hey, I don't care. They don't remember the things of old. Now, this is speaking of the offender. But this same ignorance has been propagated to the victim. And they don't lay these things to heart. They don't recall how our oppressors basically destroyed us. They cut babies out of wombs. They fed us to alligators. They burned us alive. They traded us like trading cards. They don't lay these things to heart. So when we ask them, do you have time to talk about the Bible? The only thing that will give you an inroad to salvation, they vacantly and vapidly say, I don't have time, and they turn the shoulder. Because those things are not on the tip of their mind. Their heart's desire is on the tip of their mind, not understanding all these distractions are about to vanish. And you're going to be left with nothing but questions. Questions such as, where am I going to eat? Where can I sleep? Where no one will kick the door down and take what little I do have. Those are going to be pertinent questions in short order. But many of our people, these are not things that they bring to mind. They think we want to talk about Cesare Borgia. Tell them that they're about to go into heaven in the clouds. Not understanding that judgment is on the earth. Keep going, brother.
Verse 8. Therefore, hear now this, thou that art given to pleasure, that dwellest carelessly, that sayest in thy heart, I am, and none else besides me. I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children. But these two things shall come to thee in a moment, in one day. The loss of children and widowhood, they shall come upon thee in their perfection, for the multitude of thy sorceries and for the great abundance of thy enchantments.
So one of the things that we're trying to remind our people of, despite how things look, the judgment of the Most High God, as we read in Revelation 18, is going to be swift and it's going to be violent. And because our heathen oppressors don't understand these things either, they think that they're good. Hey, I'm going to have a long line of children. I'll never be bereft of sons to carry on my name. Not understanding that they're about to be made widows. They're about to be made fatherless in terms of the children who survive. You need to understand something. As they did unto us, it shall be done unto them. So just like they only took one or two of our families and they killed the rest, that's what's going to happen to them. And if you can't perform, you're going to get worked to death in the fields. One good turn deserves another. And that's exactly what the Most High God aims to do to these people. Right? Yeah, go ahead and read through to 11.
Verse 10. For thou hast trusted in thy wickedness. Thou hast said, none seeth me. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge, it hath perverted thee. And thou hast said in thy heart, I am, and none else beside me. Therefore shall evil come upon thee. Thou shalt not know from whence is rising.
Now that's what's happening right now. America's being plagued on all sides. Despite how things look now, this place is in the middle of a depression. And I have to question, how are y'all paying for $40 parking when most of you can't afford groceries? Most of you can't even afford your rent. You're paying with a credit card, hoping that things get better, not understanding it's only going to get worse.
That's right.
The plagues are coming up on Babylon, and they don't even know where they're coming from. Meanwhile, the people are hopelessly just out of it. Y'all got time for the Bible today? What does that mean? You don't know what strength means, brother. You don't have a clue. Yep. but that's our people. And as I've said this before, it's always a joke until you need God. It's always a joke. And most of these people out here are flat broke, pretending like they got it. Not understanding there's going to come a time where you really need to get something to eat, and it's not going to be out there. Hey, give me Isaiah 65. We're going to get that after this. But keep going, brother.
And mischief shall fall upon thee. Thou shalt not be able to put it off. And desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which thou shalt not know.
As a matter of fact, I want you to get yours, and then I'll hold that. Hold that. Go ahead and start at, I believe, verse. No, start at 13. Start at 12, actually.
It's Isaiah 65, verse 12.
Bring it up.
Therefore will I number you to the sword, and you shall all bow down to the slaughter. Because when I called, you did not answer. When I spake, you did not hear, but did evil before mine eyes, and did choose that wherein I delighted not.
So the Most High God is making it plain through Isaiah that he's going to number our people to the sword. All those robots Elon Musk keeps touting as going to help you in your homes, those are being funded by DARPA. That's the Defense Research Department of the government. They're war automatons, meaning warlike machines that can function independently. Inside your home, monitoring your every move, listening to your every sound. All they have to do is give a command for that thing to attack you. Most people can't even run a damn mile, let alone fight off something that's got the strength of a man. And our people are going to invite these hazards into our houses, not understanding that a day is coming where you're going to be numbered to the sword. And that sword is literally going to come in the form of the technology made by the white man. Keep going, brother.
Verse 13. Therefore thus saith the Lord God, behold, my servants shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servants shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servants shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed.
So this is what we keep saying to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. You are the real Israelites. Brother looking over here, you look at him, he faces forward. Shit is crazy. But see, the thing is, if I were a big booty white woman from OnlyFans, he'd be over here.
Tons.
It's crazy. We're literally telling our people, God is saying through his prophets, that there's going to come a day where you're not going to be able to call on him and get any help, and you're going to die.
That's right.
But our people think it's a joke, because they think everything's a joke. And to be fair, our existence in America has been a joke. They told us we were free, and we number in their prisons more than anyone else for non-violent crimes. That's a joke. They said we have the same right to the pursuit of happiness and life and liberty, and then they constrain us at every point. They hassle and harangue us with their cops. Things like stop and frisk, mob action, breaking us up in our communities as we try to coalesce together. It's a joke. But slavery continues behind prison walls. Ask your relatives. They'll tell you as they make license plates, furniture, number 2 pencils, clothes.
Still in the cockpit.
Hell, down in Louisiana, they literally are on chain gangs picking cotton. And there are inmates on YouTube who've gotten out and they say if you even try to run or bring up too much of a fuss, they'll kill you.
Yeah, they're still on the horses with their shotguns.
Correct. Nothing has changed, but it's a big ass joke.
This time you got the coon on the horses now.
Yeah, no, that was in slavery too.
That was in slavery too.
Yeah. You had coons in slavery.
Normally though, he wouldn't be on the horse.
Well, why wave at us, brother?
For the love,
Yeah,
man.
I don't understand.
Let's give you 1 or 2 words.
Yeah, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, man, y'all are the most confusing people on the planet. You'll wave at somebody to tell you to leave you alone. Hey, brother, don't talk to me. Like, that's crazy. See,
But that's still rejection of the word.
I've had the pleasure of sitting among Ethiopians in their restaurants, and I see how they receive each other. I've sat in African restaurants, and I see how they receive each other.
You jealous?
I was envious. I was envious because they hug and they receive each other warmly,
Most I say he'll do that to you, didn't he?
and they recognize.
He said he'll make us
But,
envious.
but they recognize that's my blood, my family.
Yeah.
I owe you attention. I owe you my focus, my time, my money, my blood, sweat, and tears.
Since you got time for the Bible?
Sorry.
She done walked back and forth 3 times. Ain't got time. But again, let the emergency kick in. All of a sudden, I got all the time in the world for God.
Start praying all of a sudden.
And all of us ain't prayed a damn day in your life. All of a sudden, you just free ball. You freestyle. About to cut a new mixtape, praying to God.
You know, it seems like the prayers, when you finally start praying, things get worse. Don't it seem like that?
But you got, hey, give me Judges 10 and 14. I love this.
Chaz, like,
Give me Judges 10 and 14. Yeah, finish Isaiah, but hold that.
you said Romans 10?
No, Judges
Judges.
10, and then start at, I think it's either 13 or 14. I'll look.
Talking about the story of the Levite?
No, I'm talking about when you get in trouble, you call upon God,
Oh,
and He
yeah,
tells you
yeah,
to call upon your idols. Chest beer didn't get hot though. People don't realize, man, it's gonna be hot as fuck when the nuclear missiles come over. See, and this is to the camera. You blacks, Hispanics, and natives don't even stay tapped in to all the wickedness that's being done in the earth. How the white man over here in America and Israel is doing so much wickedness that all his enemies are saying, we about to nuke y'all asses. North Korea has missiles capable of reaching America. See, people don't even realize the so-called white man oppressed the damn Moabites so much in North Korea that he took all his revenue from agriculture, from all his industry, and he put it into warfare. Kim Jong-un, a number of years ago, stood up crying in front of his people, saying he apologized for the state of things for his people. But he said, there's good news. I got missiles now, and I can fight them motherfuckers. He let them know they can't bully us anymore. We can be autonomous. We got our sovereignty back. Now you see why he's making moves with Russia. Now you see why he's interleaking with Iran, all of America's enemies. Because now America can't do anything to him. Because he'll press a few buttons and send a few firecrackers over here to make it poppin' over here. It's going to be a good old time when you hear those air raid sirens going off. And you're going to have about 15 minutes to get it right. See, and most of you are behind the 8 ball. You don't even know God's name. You think his name is God. All fucked up in the game. But go ahead, brother, keep going. Isn't that Isaiah?
It's Isaiah 65, verse 14. Look it
Yeah.
up. Behold, my servants shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of spirit. And ye shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen. For the Lord God shall slay thee, and call his servants by another name.
So most of you blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, not following God, not keeping the commandments, you're going to leave your name as an ensign to those who did keep the commandments. It's going to be a curse that we see and go, damn, I don't want no part of that. Most of our people don't even understand the Most High God. He is gesturing with a warning toward our people. And he's deadly serious. And our people think, hey, I'm just going to celebrate Dia de los Muertos. What's the harm in it? God told you not to do it. God tells you not to do a lot of things. And most of our people, they jeer and they jest at it, not understanding the Most High God is going to deliver his judgment.
That's right.
Right? But go ahead and get Judges, brother.
Judges 13.
Get Judges 10 and start at 13. Yeah.
It's book of Judges, chapter 10, verse 13.
Bring it out.
Yet ye have forsaken me and served other gods. Wherefore I will deliver you no more.
Now, our people need to understand, Serving other gods is celebrating Halloween, celebrating Dia de los Muertos. That's celebrating the god of death. See, our people wonder why. Down in Mexico right now, a Jewish white woman is leading the nation. How is that possible in a nation full of Issacharites? But it's only possible because we do things like this. We keep the holidays of our enemies. So the Most High God has said it plainly. He will deliver us no longer from our enemies. Keep going, brother.
Go and cry unto the gods which you have chosen. Let them deliver you in the times of your tribulation.
So the Most High God is making it plain. Since you don't want to keep my commandments, since you want to believe in other gods, when you get jammed up, you call on them. Don't call on me. And most of our people spend their time celebrating all these pagan holidays, not understanding why their life never improves. Why the life at home is always in shambles. Why they never have enough money in their pocket. God's trying to get your attention with judgment. The question is, do you hear him? And most of our people don't have a clue who God is. They think it's the damn white man. But let's face it, that's not new. That's what our people have always done, and they're going to do that up until the point of judgment, unfortunately. But to the lost sheep who are willing to hear, come get your heritage back. That's why your teachers are out here.
That's right.
Right? But let's go ahead and see how much time we got. Right? All right. So how long are we going to try to do this? About 3.5 hours? 4 hours? Like 45? 45? Where's Andre? He did? Yeah. Oh no, it's just... It is 7:22. Well, I notice everybody's voice is cut down. Everyone's voice is cut down.
Is it?
Yeah.
I need to speak up louder then. Water.
That's because we're trying to project.
I'm ready.
I'm not trying to shred everybody's vocal cords, you know.
Put me in the game, coach.
But we gonna get back on the lesson, right? Can you hit me Baruch 4 and 30 through 35, right? Because one of the things we have to acknowledge is, despite the mirth in America, our oppressor is miserable. See, and isn't that something to be on top of the world, to have the seat of power, to be so-called Lucifer, the bright morning star, and yet you're still miserable? But the Bible lets us know, miserable are they that receive thy sons. And we're about to read about it right now. Go ahead and
Said verse 35.
start at 32, 35.
This is the book of Baruch, chapter 4, verse 32.
Verse 30.
Verse 30. Take a good heart, O Jerusalem, for he that gave thee that name will comfort thee. Miserable are they that afflicted thee, and rejoice at thy fall. Miserable are the cities which thy children serve. Miserable is she that received thy sons.
So we see here in the Bible that not only is our Messiah going to come for us, sent by the Most High God himself, but even in the rulership of our oppressor, they are miserable. One of the things that you see out here, because one of the things I'm surprised at is they swept all the homeless out the area. They do that before these major events. If I could turn the camera, there's a bunch of cars, bunch of traffic, bunch of people celebrating Dia de los Muertos, doing exactly what God told them not to do.
Right.
But they don't understand that despite the appearance of mirth and partying, this place is miserable. Most of you pay for parking with a credit card. You can't even afford it. Most of you can barely buy school supplies for your kids. Man, that shit is downright villainous, man. I couldn't believe that shit, bro. But it's not the first time. The highest I've seen is 40.
That's the first time I pulled out the man was somewhere else to park.
Yeah. Shit, now that we know about that spot down the street, we hitting that up first and foremost. But the misery here in America is spreading because everything is being nickeled and dimed. You can't do a damn thing here in America without the white man trying to take his pound of flesh. And as a result, everyone hates this place. But it's right here in the Bible. It was prophesied of. But keep going, brother.
Verse 33. For as she rejoiced at thy ruin and was glad of thy fall, so shall she be grieved for her own desolation.
So that's what you're seeing. How our civilization was torn down brick by brick. Now theirs is being torn down brick by brick. And they're grieving very soul. How about those people up in North Carolina who, despite having everything be destroyed, no federal help has come to help them? See, most people don't even understand the Most High God is plaguing them with toxic mud, with bees. Now you got people, look at these people, man.
Get into it over there parking spot.
They about to fight each other over a fucking parking spot. That's $40. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. But see, the reality is, this is how the sedition among men is going to spring up. Everybody trying to get into the party. A party that's been long since on the downward slope. See, that's why it says, miserable are they that receive thy son.
Wait. No. Right.
And
Yes?
this,
Yep.
these events, this is all pagan worship, right?
It's all paid.
And look at the hatred that it brings, that it instills in this sacrifice of these deities. Ignorant.
Well, one of the things about the celebrations here in Babylon, it's about individualism. Got time for the Bible now, brother? Keep going, brother.
Verse 34. For I will take away the rejoicing of her great multitude, and her pride shall be turned into mourning.
Keep going.
For fire shall come upon her from the everlasting, long to endure, and she shall be inhabited of devils for a great time.
Keep going. Finish up.
O Jerusalem, look about thee towards the east, and behold the joy that cometh unto thee from God.
So that's what we're trying to tell our people. Look back towards your God. And that's talking about literally turning toward the east facing the temple. But what do you do when you face the temple as an Israelite? You pray. You pray for things like repentance. You pray for wisdom. You pray for the benefits that God can give you when you're in accord with his commandments. So we're trying to make supplication unto our people to turn back and repent. But if only they will hear. Finish out. Last verse.
Verse 37. Lo, thy sons come whom thou Lo, thy sons come whom thou sentest away. They come gathered together from the east to the west by the word of the Holy One, rejoicing in the glory of God.
So that's one of the things that's happening. Despite the appearance of all the hard-headed Israelites who don't want to repent, there's been a handful who received this message with gladness. Those are who we're trying to reach. Because your God is gathering your people from all corners of the earth.
Right.
And it's with rejoicing that we return unto our God. What's up? Go ahead and get it. Go ahead and hold Sirach 6 and 13.
I want to bring out 2 Chronicles chapter 6. And this is about what you said earlier about facing east to Jerusalem and praying. The book of 2 Chronicles chapter 6. Bear with me.
This is the book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 6. I'm going to start at verse 31. That they may fear thee. Salaki, I'm going to start at 30.
While you find it, go ahead and get it.
Sirach chapter 6, verse 13. Separate thyself from thine enemies, and take heed of thy friends.
And this is what we're trying to say to blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians. Why are you celebrating a holiday that commemorates death? You're celebrating the oppression put on you by your enemies. You're conjoining yourself unto those who would love to see you enslaved again. You should be separating yourself from your enemies, not further conjoining yourself with them.
That's right.
You got it, brother?
Yes, sir. This book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 6, verse 36.
Bring it out.
If they sin against thee, for there is no man which sinneth not, and thou be angry with them, and deliver them over. Salakia, and deliver them over before their enemies. And they carry them away captives unto a land far off or near. Verse 37. Yet if they bethink themselves in the land, whether they are carried captive, and turn and pray unto thee in the land of their captivity, saying, we have sinned, we have done amiss, and have dealt wickedly. If they return to thee with all their heart and with all their soul, and in the land of their captivity, whether they have carried them captives, and pray towards this land which thou gavest unto their fathers, and towards the city which thou hast chosen, and towards the house which I have built for thy name, then hear from heaven, even from thy dwelling place, their prayer and their supplication, and maintain their cause, and forgive thy people which have sinned against thee.
So we read that while Manawasha was here, but we read it again. If our people will rethink their actions, come back to their God and repent, and face toward the east, and cry out and pray to their God, God will hear them.
That's right.
But God is not going to hear you while you're celebrating death.
That's right.
He's not going to hear you while you're celebrating pagan gods. Just ain't going to happen. Right? That's why we brought out in Sirach to separate yourself from your enemy and take heed of your friends. Because everybody doesn't have this ability. The Most High God didn't give this luxury to every nation to be able to repent and turn back toward Him. And He received it. Right? Go ahead and give me Revelation 16 and 6. And then somebody give me Proverbs 11 and 17.
I got
Because one of the things we have to understand is that the white man is worthy of the judgment coming his way. And our people, conjoining themselves onto our enemies, they're attempting to delay or hinder that judgment, thinking that the Most High God wouldn't dare act on these people while they're in the way. They don't understand the Most High God will brush you aside with judgment and kill you too.
That's right.
Go ahead and get it.
Revelations chapter 16, verse 6.
Bring it out.
For they have shed the blood of the saints and prophets, and thou hast given them blood to drink, for they are worthy. And I heard.
No, that's it. That's it. So he came by mocking, saying he's weak, but he won't exercise judgment on his enemies. He won't stand on these corners preaching the word of the God he says he believes in, sorta, kinda, a roundabout way. See, our brothers think strength is simply them physically being strong. Not understanding real strength is having the principles and the courage to serve your God, despite all the opposition to do so.
That's right.
That's why many of our men, despite how they look, they don't command the respect befitting one of their stature, because they are weak, and they don't even understand what strength is. That's why the first time while I was walking away, I said, brother, you don't know what strength is. And he thinks I'm simply saying he's not in shape. But that tells you it's weakness of spirit. And most of our people are completely devoid of strength.
Con.
Go ahead and get what you got, brother.
Con. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 21. Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous shall be delivered.
And that's what we're trying to tell our people. You trying to stand in the way of their judgment is not going to help them. You trying to commemorate their holidays is not going to delay anything. If anything, it exacerbates their judgment.
That's
because
right.
you are not naturally like this. Y'all got time for the Bible? Again, he waved at us just to ignore us. Like insane behavior.
Confused out here. He said, Bible, we gotta go.
Yeah. The moment you say you got time for the Bible, it's like our people shut down.
And it's not us you're doing it to. It's the Most High.
But our people will file into these churches, put money in a collection plate for a cause they're not even familiar with. And they'll call themselves being saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Ghost. Don't know what any of them terms mean. Keep going, brother.
Verse 22. As a jewel of gold in a swine's snout, so is a fair woman, which is without direction. Verse 23. The desire of the righteous is only good, but the expectation of the wicked is wrath. There is that scattered and yet increase, and there is that withholding more than is meet, but intended to perversity.
Select.
No, you good. So one of the things that our people just don't understand is in our lowest state, when we're not keeping the laws of God, any type of luxury, it's like a jewel in a swine's nose. It's not befitting you, right? Our people just don't understand that while they're in this lowest state, we are abominable, not just in the eyes of God, but in the eyes of all the nations. Because one of the things that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians don't quite understand is the only person who doesn't know who they are is us. Everybody else knows who you are. That's why the white man is out here with you, celebrating Dia de los Muertos. I've seen some white folks walking around with the paint on their face. That's not even their culture. But at the same time, though, where did our people get the Day of the Dead from? The Spanish. So the American white man is at home celebrating death, because that's all he foists on the world. Death, rape, and robbery. But the thing is, our people, we cleave unto the ways of the white man most of all. That's in 2nd Maccabees. You know what I'm saying? It's just our people don't quite understand the dynamics of how things are playing out around here. And as a result, they find themselves doing foolish things, like celebrating the death of their own people, celebrating the subjugation of their forefathers and their foremothers. But where are we going to go with this? So I think we got a little bit more, right? Brother, where'd you stop at?
I stopped at verse 22.
Okay, yeah, you good.
24, Select.
Okay, yeah, you good, you good. I think we read too much anyway. Go ahead and give me Sirach 29 and 20 in the GMT. You gotta bring out the phone.
Is that 29 and what?
Yeah, 29 and 20. And we're gonna read till about 20. Because this message is for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, right? The real Israelites, the real Jews in the Bible. Now, if any of y'all in India happen to be from the Dalits or the city people, SIDDIS, then this message is for you too.
Oh.
No, I want more. We're going to go from 20 to 20. See, the crazy part is, man, these heathen, they'll walk by, they'll look at all the signs, and they'll be interested until they realize it's not for them. But the people that it's for, they scoff. They won't even look at anything. They don't want to hear anything. They don't even want to acknowledge your presence. Unless they need help. Yeah. Time for the Bible system. I'll say this. Go ahead and get it.
Sirach 29, verse 20. So help your neighbor as much as you can, but protect yourself against the dangers involved. The necessities of life are water, food, clothing, and a home where you can have privacy. It is better to be poor and live under your own crude roof than to enjoy lavish banquets in other people's homes. Be happy with what you have, even if it isn't very much, and don't listen to anyone who would insult your home and family.
So one of the things that we're trying to communicate to our people is that sticking with your own, even if it means living a modest life, is preferable than to living a life of luxury while serving an enemy who's prone to insulting you and denigrating you at the drop of a hat, who treats you like a stranger in your own abode. See, we've got it all upside down. When we greet our people, they treat us with disdain. But let me be a white man, and if I say hello, they'll say hello and they'll damn near shake my hand. But that's how our people get down. That's one of the reasons why we have to go celebrate these holidays in the businesses of our enemies. Think about all the money that we're spending celebrating a holiday that's not even in the Bible. See, most of our people never consider that just parking alone, think about it, each car, that parking lot probably has about maybe 100 cars in it at $35 a pop. That's $3,500 just to park for less than 4 to 5 hours. How much good could that money have done to the downtrodden of Israel?
Most of them are rotating in and out too, so that's more than that, brother.
That's why when our people say they don't have money to give to charity for their own people, this is where they spend it. They waste it by handing the proceeds over to their enemies who further abuse them. Keep going, brother.
I can go down.
Verse 24. Going from house to house is a miserable way to live. Anywhere you go, you don't dare speak. You welcome the guests and pour the drinks, and nobody thanks you. Instead, people humiliate you by saying things like, "Stranger, come here and set the table. I want to eat what you've got there. Give it here. Go away, stranger. I've got an important guest. My brother is coming to visit, and I need the room."
This is exactly what's happening right now. Our people are giving all this money for Dia de los Muertos, for Halloween, to just come downtown, walk around, get a drink or two, and then go home. People don't realize this is millions of dollars you're seeing be poured into this city. But I can drive less than half a mile away, and I'll hit the southeast side of San Antonio, where I hear gunshots every night. I see junkies standing on corners. I see homeless people sleeping on corners and under bridges. All of these things are happening right on top of us. Meanwhile, the very same blood of these people spend their money to enrich the enemy that is oppressing their people.
That's right.
Madness. Go ahead and finish out, brother.
Verse 28. Being denied hospitality or having a moneylender hound you. These are hard things for any sensitive person to endure.
So one of the things that's also going on is our people are spending the money they don't have to celebrate a holiday that's not for them. So more times than not, our people they got their phone in their pocket and they're ignoring calls because they're being called by creditors. But they'll tell the creditor, "I know have it." You know how Northern Kingdom get down? "I know have it, Poppy."
Yep.
They'll say, "I don't have no money." Meanwhile, they'll come out here and celebrate this dumb shit. Putting money in the damn pocket of the white man who took this land by slavery, rape, robbery, and murder.
That's right.
Again, generosity amongst Israel is completely dead. Our people have lost what it means to truly love their own, to prefer their own before anybody else. And they'll vilify you worse than any white man that's racist, simply because you want to love your people before anybody else. Shit is madness. But either way, if somebody can get me Sirach 20 and I believe 29 and 1 through 3, you can do it in the KJV. And then somebody get me Leviticus 19 and 16 through 18 in the NIV. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Say it.
It says Sirach 20, 29.
29 and 1 through 3. See, because generosity amongst our people is completely dead, we omit part of the commandment, which is to not let your brother wax poor while you have money in your pocket. To not let your brother go hungry when you have more than enough. Those are the weightier matters of the law that Yahushua was talking about. Patience, mercy, those are virtues that are in the law that we're supposed to have for one another, not for our enemies. Go ahead and get it.
Time. It's the book of Sirach, chapter 29, verse 1.
Bring it out.
He that is merciful will lend unto his neighbor, and he that strengtheneth his hand keepeth the commandments.
Now, keep in mind, this is talking about defending the widows, the fatherless, the poor. This is part of the law. The people who do charitable acts toward their own, who have generosity toward their own, they keep the commandments. Keep going, brother.
Lend to thy neighbor in time of his need, and pay thou thy neighbor again in due season.
Read that again.
Lend to thy neighbor in time of his need, and pay thou thy neighbor again in due season.
So we're supposed to be lending to our brethren when they need it. You shouldn't see all these homeless people out here. Now imagine, the homeless people that are normally in this area, they've been pushed out. So primarily, Hispanics and blacks can celebrate a holiday commemorating death. Just sin on top of sin. See, again, when Ray Ray and Miguel get shot down in the hood, and you put them on a t-shirt, and you wonder why God let it happen, news flash, this is why. Because you serve other gods.
That's right.
And God's got to remind you who's in charge.
That's right.
And the sad part is, most of you still don't get the damn message. Go ahead, keep reading. One more.
Time. Verse 3. Keep thy word and deal faithfully with him, and thou shalt always find the things that is necessary for thee.
Most of our people do not deal faithfully with one another. That's why when you come up short, you checking the couch cushions, you're checking under the damn floor seat of your car, and you can't find what you need. The Most High God makes sure that you're just assed out. Most of our people don't understand that don't happen to the righteous. Even when we're short, there's always a way or a way out, because the Most High God is making sure that his servants never have to go begging bread. But to you wicked ass Israelites, you're constantly in a state of never having enough, because you refuse to keep the weightier matters of the law toward one another. Go ahead and get that in Leviticus 16.
Leviticus 19, verse 16.
Bring it out.
In the NIV. Do not go about spreading slander among your people. Do not do anything that endangers your neighbor's life. I am the Lord.
So we're not supposed to be slandering our own people. In other words, we're not supposed to be spreading gossip, talking shit, tale bearing. All those things are strictly prohibited under the laws of God. Keep going, brother.
Verse 17. Do not hate a fellow Israelite in your heart. Rebuke your neighbor frankly, so you will not share in their guilt.
So we're not supposed to be hating one another as Israelites. By the way, that's who your neighbor is.
Come.
So when it's saying lend to your neighbor in the book of Sirach, chapters 28 and 29, when it's talking about being generous and charitable and altruistic to your neighbor, it's talking about a person of your own blood,
That's right.
according to your fathers. And this is again one of the reasons why we have our enemy's foot on our neck, because we refuse to do the things that God has told us to do. And this is very simple. Hell, we do it every day when we go into work for the white man. Most of you love your damn boss, no matter how much he overworks you. You got to think your job takes you away from your family, takes you away from your passions, and even shortens your life. But most of you don't hold a damn grain of hatred for your enemy. But your own people, you got smoke all day. Keep going, brother.
Verse 18. Do not seek revenge or bear grudge against any one among your people, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord.
So we're not supposed to be attempting to revenge ourselves or avenge ourselves upon any of our own people. We're supposed to leave that to the Most High God.
That's right.
And keep note that this is saying that this is something that we extend to our own people. Who are our people? Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. The real Israelites. That's
right.
our own people. But let's go ahead and slide over to Sirach 28, 1 through 8. Right? Because if we were doing right by one another, we wouldn't have all this strife amongst our ranks, amongst our people. But it's because we refuse to do right by one another, the Most High God has us perpetually at each other's throats. Come talk to us another time, brother. Yeah, keep saying it. Hey, the brother think it's a joke, man. You don't understand. Because he came over here one time with a bunch of questions about the Israelites. I showed him most of the questions that he had. He had a misunderstanding about it. So why not come get taught? But see, the reality is, most of our people don't think God will do good or evil. And as a result, they think, I'll come to God at my own leisure. And that's to your own destruction. You got time for the Bible, brother? We got time to celebrate Dia de los Muertos, the day commemorating the death of your people. But see, that's another thing that's happened to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, especially our men, walking around in pajamas. It's the infantilization of our people. We're basically adult babies. Got time for the Bible, brother? No, we're not, brother. It's a shame, man. But see, again, when the store shelves are bare, they'll cry out for God. Not understanding that the wisdom to be prepared for such things is right here. And we're not the only brothers. There are brothers probably all throughout San Antonio trying to get your attention. You got ISUPK out here. You've got GMS somewhere out here, reported. I don't know where them niggas at. They like Batman. You see them niggas, they're like in the woods somewhere or something. But you got Sakari out here, ISUPK, you got IUIC out here, and IUIC roll heavy, man. And we all got one central message to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Come back to your God. Come back to your people. And keep God's commandments.
That's right.
But the reality is, very few of you will heed this message. That's why in Zechariah chapter 14, it talks about the 2/3. And unfortunately, that's most of it. But, go ahead and get it.
Sirach 28, verse 1. Bring it out. He that revengeth shall find. He that revengeth shall find vengeance from the Lord, and he will surely keep his sins in remembrance.
So to those who have the mindset of, well, this brother did me wrong, so I'm going to do him wrong in return. the Most High God got something for you. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Y'all say it. Keep going, brother.
Verse 2, forgive thy neighbor the hurt that he hath done unto thee. So shall thy sins also be forgiven when thou prayest.
So one of the things our people don't realize is forgiveness is mutual. If you pray to God for forgiveness and you won't forgive your neighbor, God's not going to forgive you.
That's right.
It's a mutual endeavor. That's why we keep trying to tell our people that the same way you turn away from God, he will turn away from you. The same stinginess you show towards your own people is the same stinginess God will show toward you.
Right.
Hey.
So the way you want to worship other gods, the way you want to look your brother in the eye, just for you to look away when he gives you attention, don't worry. God's going to requite that to you. Keep going, brother.
Verse 3, one man beareth hatred against another, and doth he seek pardon from the Lord. He showeth no mercy to a man which is like himself, and doth he ask forgiveness of his own sin.
Now, this is rhetorical, because this is saying exactly as I was putting it earlier, how we show no more mercy toward one another, and then we'll look to God and ask him for mercy. We'll ask God to do us a favor and get us out of trouble. And you know what? Some of the time, the Most High God will test you, and he will get you out of trouble. He will show you mercy just to see if you'll pay it forward. And most of the time, our people don't. Because they think that they're somehow better than the next man, when the next man is likened unto yourself. Again, there are homeless people all throughout San Antonio displaced because of this celebration. But how many of our people actually care about their homeless brothers and sisters? Very few. I actually had a job when I got to see the budget for San Antonio, what they put toward the homeless population. It's millions of dollars. Very little of it sees the homeless. You know why? Because a white man's got to pay himself to administrate that money. And he wants to make a couple of 6 G's every year. He makes sure his family eats. And where do you think that money comes from? Every time you pay for parking. Every time you pay a city tax or a city-oriented expense, they take a percentage of that and they put it into these different funds. So we're paying the white man to defraud us. And it costs us the lives and the liberty and the luxury of our loved ones who are already on the bottom of society. And then we wonder why this place in particular has to be destroyed. It has to be. Keep going, brother.
Verse 5. If he that is but flesh nourish hatred, he will entreat for pardon of his sins.
So it's saying that he who is basically like holding hatred in their heart for their fellow man, how is he then going to entreat for mercy from the Lord? How is he going to go and basically ask God to pardon his sins when he won't even let his brother get by? Many of our people are going to be in the position of the homeless that they mock so fervent. Because the time is coming where ain't nobody going to be working. You think AI can't take your job? You might want to look at one of these damn news reports. Hell, they got robot strippers. You ain't even going to be able to get an OnlyFans account. See, people don't realize the white man is trying to make you obsolete. And he's very close to doing it. Keep going, brother, a little bit more.
Verse 6. Remember thy end, and let enmity cease. Remember corruption and death, and abide in the commandments. Remember the commandments, and bear no malice to thy neighbor. Remember the covenant of the highest, and weak and ignorant.
So we're supposed to recall the commandments. We're also supposed to recall that once upon a time we weren't knowledgeable about the law, and we broke the law, and the Most High God winked at our sins. And as I said, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we're supposed to pay it forward. We're supposed to forgive our brothers. and be generous to them.
Right.
A lot of people who are homeless, their family is right up the street. One of the sisters that I've dealt with, she was homeless, and her sister and her aunt lived in this very same city.
Right.
She was walking by their place every day, and they wouldn't take her in.
Is she an older woman?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Brother as well. But that's because they're holding on to old grudges. They've given up on their own people. But see, how can you give up on somebody when you can't cure their sickness? Because the medicine is right here in the Bible.
That's right.
One of the things I always say to our homeless brothers and sisters when they stop is that the answer to your homelessness is right here. And everyone that has sat here diligently has gotten off the streets. Those who forsake this and walk away, I see them walking to and fro being homeless. See, the Most High God has promised He will keep the feet of His saints. And He'll allow His law to be a light unto their feet. But if you're one of those hateful ass relatives who gave up on your relative, but you didn't give them the proper direction to give them a chance to get out of where they're at, guess what's going to come to you? The very same thing you condemn your family for. What you got, brother?
This is the book of Baruch, chapter 4, verse 1. This is the book of the commandment of God and the law that endureth forever. All they that keepeth it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die.
All who leave these laws shall die. The Most High God has made it plain. But what's it to the people who celebrate that? Who keep Dia de los Muertos? Who celebrate Halloween? Which means All Saints' Eve, by the way. My question is, what do spiders, skeletons, Jason, Michael Myers have to do with saints? I know, if you're familiar with history, they represent the killing and the torture of the saints, which is what most of you celebrate. The same way you celebrate Easter, the same way you celebrate Christmas, the same way you celebrate Thanksgiving. All of these are pagan holidays that commemorate our oppression, our spoiling, and our exploitation. But most of you ain't read a book since you left high school, so you're hopeless. Somebody give me Revelation 1. Because there's a reason why our people are in this cursed state. And it's because they have no active compulsion to pursue knowledge. The compunction to pursue knowledge is completely missing in most of our people. Compunction and compulsion mean the same thing, right? You know what I'm saying? But most of our people lack the drive to acquire new wisdom. And as a result, they're stuck intellectually and spiritually in the same place they've been since they were young. And as a result, they're vulnerable like a child, though they have the responsibility of an elder. Go ahead, kid.
Revelations 1, verse 3.
Read.
Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein.
So blessed is he that readeth. So what happens if you don't read? Then you're not blessed. You're the opposite of blessed. And what is that?
Curse.
Cursed. Our people are cursed with ignorance. But most of our people love to have it so, because they view knowledge as a burden. Especially when you start talking about how the white man stole Texas. See, our native Hispanic brothers, they don't like talking about that. Because they'd rather pretend like the white man and them have been getting along swimmingly ever since. And then when you go down the list, it wasn't just Texas, or New Mexico, or California, or Kansas, or Colorado, or Nevada. See, it goes all over the United States, because all the land is stolen. See, the only thing we're trying to tell you is which land belonged to who. So you know with specificity how you got defrauded.
It like pisses me off because I feel like
When I hear the white woman say she mad at something, I'm like, yo, you should be mad at the sun, because you were hard. Real, look like a burlap sack. Got time for the Bible, brother? Got time for the Bible? Word or two? You can't give us a word or two, brother? Thou sayest. Yeah, that's sad, man. See, once the festivities started up, our people completely lost heart to hear his word.
Why don't I ask questions like, because you don't have to think. In that mind, God, you got time to bless me?
Some,
God, you got time to bless me?
some.
Now, what if God be like, I ain't got time right now. I got to go. I got to tend to the ones who do what I say. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, but the Most High God has already made it plain. The same way you turn his face from him, it's the same way he's going to turn his face from you. As a matter of fact, that's in Proverbs 1, starting at 26. Is that him? Why you over here? Go ahead. I'm with you. Well, he ain't gonna find no parking. He gonna be driving something. I don't even know why. Well, go ahead and get this one, brother.
26.
No. We gonna go ahead and finish the lesson because man, we about to get out of here. Go ahead and give me Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 9 through 12. Because see, all these holidays, they enforce the principles of being hyper individualistic. You celebrate on your own terms, on your own accord, and at your own pace. When you wear a costume for Halloween, you personify a person, a character, a deity of your own choice. And that whole principle, by the way, in the Satanic Church, they call that a demon core as well. It represents the principles that you select. It's called a demon core, or a demonic principle or value. That's a core tenet of your belief. See, that's one of the things that I read today. I was reading up on Halloween from the perspective of a Satanist church. And they love seeing the world celebrate Halloween and Dia de los Muertos because they get to see darkness permeate the world in a physical form. You got people walking around with Chucky dolls. Chucky representing a murderer spirit who was put into a doll and he killed kids. You got people wearing the Scream mask. See, these are all sorceries that the white man has dreamt up to deify these murderers that they hold in high esteem, because that's his dream, to be a killer that can't be stopped. That's why they remake Jason every damn year. Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger's an extra layer of evil. He gets you in your fucking dreams. You can't even get away from the nigga. But they deify murderers and mass shooters that can't be killed. That's why a lot of these murderers have manifestos.
And wonder why the juvenile detention centers are built.
Well,
They're built for that. Set you up for failure to put you in there.
y'all got time for the Bible today? Gotta celebrate Dia de los Muertos. Gotta commemorate the dead. But they'll be in church on Sunday talking about praise Jesus. Not understanding that he would kill you for doing something like this. You better read Revelations 2. As a matter of fact, fuck it, get Revelations 2. Because most people think the Messiah is soft. They think he would tolerate just any old thing. And can you give me Luke 19 and 27? But I want to get Revelations 2 first. Let me get that. Go ahead and start at start at 21. These are the words of the Messiah, by the way, so listen up.
Revelations 2, verse 21.
Read it out.
And I gave her space to repent of her fornication, and she repented not. Behold, I will cast her into a bed, and them that commit adultery with her into great tribulation, except they repent of their deeds
Now, he's talking about a woman in this case at an actual church. But in this example, I'm using this to represent Israel as a nation, as a comely and delicate woman, and those who commit fornication with her, meaning who go to serve other gods. The Israelites out here, as a aggregate, like serving all these other gods, celebrating Halloween and Dia de los Muertos, you're committing fornication. This is a very apt example of what Yahushua is going to do to you because you refuse to repent. Keep going, brother. There's nowhere to park.
Verse 23. And I will kill her children with death.
With what?
With death.
So he's literally saying, I will kill her children with death. These are the words of the Messiah. What happened to he'll accept you the way that you are? Come as you are. You ain't got to change nothing. Read it again.
And I will kill her children with death. And all the churches shall know that I am he which searcheth the reins and hearts. And I will give unto everyone of you according to your works.
So Yahushua is literally saying that not only is he going to destroy the offender, but he's going to destroy the underlings of those offenders, those who join unto them in their wickedness. He said, I will kill her children with death. Again, I wonder how effective that'll be considering young people are celebrating Dia de los Muertos, commemorating the day. Again, these are the same people who say they love Christ and will sit in church praying extra hard, not understanding that these are offenses punishable by death because you're serving another God. Go ahead and get your scripture.
The book of Luke, chapter 19, verse 27.
Bring it out.
But those, mine enemies, which were not, that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me.
So Yahushua is saying, those mine enemies that would not that I should reign over them, those who refuse to accept my authority, bring them in front of me and slay them.
That's
kill
right.
their ass. That's not the Christ that they serve. Because if it was, they wouldn't be out here celebrating this stupid ass holiday. Commemorating the death of their own people. Celebrating the blood that was spilled according to the hundreds of millions throughout North America, Mexico, and South America, and Canada. They wouldn't be out here. What you got?
The book of Amos.
What's that? Amos? What's that? Amos 2? Amos? Where it says,
You talking about Amos 9?
Amos 9.
Yeah. That's back in Amos.
Amos
Amos 10.
8, 9. Amos 9, 20. Oh, yeah. 21, right? No, 9, 10.
This is the book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 10.
Bring it out.
All the sinners of my people shall die by the sword, which say the evil shall not overtake, nor prevail us, nor prevent us.
So one of the things that we keep trying to communicate is that you ain't gonna get stalled out in the day of judgment. This is something that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians do not understand. When the judgment is cast, there is no opportunity to repent. Can you give me Ezekiel 9? Because one of the things that our people have to take to heart is that these judgments are deathly serious. In the same way that you said you didn't have time, you don't have pity for your brother, you don't even have the will to serve your God, is going to be the same stone-faced hardness that the Most High God is going to put you to death with. Our people don't realize what's coming, and it's right up the road. And the Most High God is judging America so severely that it's nearly impossible not to see the signs. But our people, they are steadfast and determined to get put to death out here. Go ahead and start at verse 4. Actually, yeah, start from Shalom, bro.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 9, verse 4.
Bring it out.
And the Lord said unto him, go through the middle, Salakia, go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sighed, and that cried for all the abominations that be none, that be done in the midst thereof.
You go.
And to the others, he said in my hearing, go ye after him to the city and smite. Let not your eye spare, neither have ye pity.
So what you have here is you have a dichotomy being set up. Dichotomy being one or the other. Black or white, A or B, up or down, left or right. You've got those who have a mark of exemption from judgment, and then everybody who doesn't have a mark. Those who have a mark are going to be stalled out. Those who don't have the mark are going to be set for destruction.
Con,
Keep going, bro.
con. Verse 6, slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children and women, but come not near any man upon whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary. And begin at my sanctuary. Then they began at the ancient men which were before the house.
So what you see here is there is no standard of exemption. You can't be too old, too young, too rich, too poor. If you are a wicked Israelite in the day of judgment, you will be put to death. This is serious, man. Shalom. Right. So what we're seeing here is that there is no exemption. And the Most High God is letting it be known that if you refuse to get down with the commandments, you're going to get laid down. Take it off. All right, brother. Be safe, man. On the other side.
That should be the left one.
Right? So that's why we're crying out to our people with the fervency that we're using. That's why we're willing to risk an argument. Shit, if it weren't for these brothers here trying to calm me down some of the time, I'm willing to fight a nigga or two. If it means you listening to the Bible and repent, I don't mind taking a few punches, man. If it means you'll repent. But I know that's not the most expedient way. But at the same time, though, sometimes that's what it takes. Because our people are stubborn and stiff-necked. Shit, remember, we brought out Nehemiah when they were in the fish gate on the Sabbath. He said, if I catch y'all out here again, I'm gonna lay hands on them.
Right.
Like Nehemiah said, man, I'll beat the shit out of y'all if I catch y'all out here again, selling on the Sabbath. And guess what? They didn't sell on the Sabbath. Because that's what it takes. Israelites all over the earth. We learn slow, man. Israel learns slow. That's why the Bible is repetitious. Because our people just don't get the message the first time around. Right? Well, let's go ahead and get this lesson finished up. Can somebody get me Isaiah 31, 1 through 7? And then somebody hold Isaiah 36 and 10 and 2nd Ezra 25, and then we're going to read all the way to 38. Sorry. Come on. 31 and 1 through 7. 2nd Ezra 16. I'm sorry, 2nd Ezra 13 and 25.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 31, verse 1.
Bring it out.
Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help and stay on horses and trust in chariots, because they are many, and in horsemen, because they are very strong, but they look not unto the Holy One of Israel, neither seek the Lord. Verse 2. Yet he also is wise, and will bring evil, and will not call back his words, but will arise again the house of the evildoers, and against the help of them that work iniquity.
So the Most High is letting it be known through Isaiah that those of you who trust in this so-called white man, who trust in Babylon, that's going to be to your destruction. And he's letting it also be known that it's not only them who's going to pay. It's going to be those who are assisting them in their evil works.
Right.
Right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 3. Now the Egyptians are men and not God, and their horses flesh and not spirit. When the Lord shall stretch out his hand, both he that helpeth shall fall, and he that is hoping shall fall. It's like it's down. And they all shall fail together.
So again, this just reinforces the message that all evildoers are going to be dealt with. Our people really don't understand the Most High God. He sees you in your actions. That's why when you keep these pagan holidays, man, it's to your detriment, because you've been ordered not to serve any other God before the Most High. That's the first and greatest commandment, to not have any other God before him.
That's right.
And our people flippantly do it by celebrating, again, Dia de los Muertos, serving the God of death, or who they perceive to be the God of death. And our people are so damn foolish, they don't understand the God of death is the God in the Bible. But keep going, brother.
Verse 4. For thus hath the Lord spoken unto me, like as the lion and the young lion roaring on his prey. When a multitude of shepherds is called forth against him, he will not be afraid of their voice, nor abase himself for noise of them. So shall the Lord of hosts come down to fight for Mount Zion and for the hill thereof.
So for the righteous Israelites, need to understand, in the day of judgment, the Most High God will not be deterred from defending his own people. And you wicked Israelites who formulate strategies to combat your own people, who talk shit about your own people, you're going to be part of those that he fights against. Again, you can't be too old, you can't be too young, you can't be too great or too small. Anybody can get it.
That's right.
Keep going, brother.
Verse 5. As birds flying, so will the Lord of hosts defend Jerusalem. Defending also, he will deliver it. And passing over, he will preserve it. Verse 6. Turn ye unto him from whom the children of Israel have deeply revolted. For in that day every man shall cast away his idols of silver and his idols of gold, which your own hands have made unto you for a sin.
So that's it. So we're actually imploring our people to turn back before the day of judgment comes and you throw away your idol in desperation. Because in that day, it ain't going to count for nothing. You're still going to get put to death. The time to repent is right now. Not next week, not next year. Because the way things are looking, you might not have it next year. This winter is going to be one of the roughest winters America's ever faced. Not just weather-wise. Now you're about to have a fuel crisis. Because now Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Iran, Iraq, all of these nations are outright saying, we're not selling oil to America no more. Fuck y'all. And what they won't tell you here in America is that America's using their own reservoirs of oil to keep the prices artificially low. Eventually, their stores of oil will run out. Because when do you use oil the most? During the winter.
Right.
Not to mention you got all these floods. And see, the thing America was counting on are the refineries out in the sea, out in the Gulf, and in the Atlantic and the Pacific. But all these hurricanes have been destroying the refineries. God has put this place in the right position to be destroyed.
That's right.
And our people are still trusting in it, not understanding the time for leisure here in America is long since past. Go ahead and get, yeah, go ahead. Verse 6, 36 and 6.
Isaiah 36, verse 6.
Bring it out.
Lo, thou trustest in the staff of this.
Sister, you got time for the Bible? A couple minutes? I see your feet hurt. Why not take a seat over here and listen to the Bible? See? We even trying to help the sister out. We got snacks and goodies and water. Big, I know you hungry. But anyway, go ahead and get it again, brother.
It's Isaiah 36, verse 6.
Bring it out.
Lo, thou trustest in the staff of this broken reed.
Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
We're actually spreading the word today.
Okay. What God you talking about?
I'm talking about Yahweh.
Yahweh?
Yes, Yahweh.
There are no E's in Paleo Hebrew.
I'm sorry. I mean, I was watching. I'm sorry. What do you guys call? I already forgot. I'm sorry. I was watching a YouTube video yesterday. I saw Israelite something.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we're the Israelites.
Yes,
That's us.
exactly. I was watching a YouTube video about you guys, so I'm just I was curious. I forgot.
Sure. Well, again, you're talking about Yahweh. I don't want the blessings of Yahweh. My God is Yahweh. Yahweh. I'm sorry? Yeah, Yahweh. Yahweh. That's, no, you're good. Yeah. So Yahweh is the Paleo-Hebrew way of saying God's name. There's a lot of iterations of it. Like you said, Yahweh. There's also Yehovah. It's like Yehowa. The Native Americans call it the Great Spirit, Yehovah. It's still Yahweh, the existing one, right? Now, I was only giving you guff because you got to know his real name to address him correctly.
I understand that. Just, with my religion, I'm Christian. We pronounce the culture I grew up in. We've always been pronouncing it a different way. We have a different cultural belief in the way we've been pronouncing it. Okay. Either God, Jesus, or Yahweh. That's just the three main ways we've been saying it. The way that you mentioned it, I haven't heard. But since you mentioned it, I'll look into it.
Okay. I have a question. Where are you from?
I was actually born and raised in Washington State.
Okay. But where are you from?
My bloodline is Russian.
Russian? Are you familiar with the Samoyeds in Russia? The native people who are like Indians over in Russia?
I am not, no.
You should look into them.
I should?
Yeah. Are you familiar with the Abkhazians in Russia?
I am not.
The Negro Russians who had rulership prior to basically the formation of the recent Russian Empire?
No, I did not hear that.
Yeah, read about that stuff, man.
Yeah, maybe some cards you can give me, maybe I can look into.
You can look at it on my YouTube channel. It's if you got your phone, I'll give it to you. Are you Mexican, brother? You're what? El Salvador? You're from the tribe of Zebulon. You're an Israelite, bro. Yeah. I know you don't believe it, but look into it. Yeah. It's M-E-G. A-M-A.
I know you're not going to do that.
Now, the reason why I'm giving you my channel, typically, somebody who's a so-called white man, you would be an Edomite. But you have enough zeal to come out here and spread the word of God. Our people are scattered to all nations. It's not about if you're black or white. It's if you go back to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So the people, like I said, the Samoyeds, they're the Israelites who were spread throughout places like Russia, Lithuania, Estonia. They're the native peoples, the native Norwegians. So before they whitened up, basically they look like natives here, but they look like black people. Sometimes. But we're here every Saturday at 5:30. I would love to go into detail, and I can bring out stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I want to definitely learn why you guys believe the way you do,
Sure.
and maybe we can learn from each other, maybe
Sure.
communicate, find out why we believe.
Sure. But I want to show you this before you go.
I can take
You know who
pictures
that is?
of this?
Yeah, take a picture.
I do not know.
That's King James.
King James. Okay.
Now, does he look like a white man or a black man?
Like,
That's his grandson.
black.
That's King Charles I.
King Charles.
Yes. They called him Black Boy.
Okay.
Now, he ruled over Ireland, Scotland, France, England, and Wales. Yeah, the crown was unified. But I bring that out to say this. When you say Scottish and Irish and Welsh people, don't you think of white people?
A little bit.
Yes. Well, why is there a black man ruling over those lands? Because the first Europeans were our people. First Europeans, the real Europeans. Think about it. Actually, not just think about it, let's learn about it.
I appreciate you sharing.
Of course, man.
I want to learn more about
This is from a book called From Babylon to Timbuktu. This is page 84. In the years 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son Titus put an end to the Jewish state with a great slaughter. During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the rest of the people. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution and from slavery. The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. Now, are you familiar with how Spain and Portugal There's basically the Cape of Gibraltar.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, well, essentially you can sail a canoe from Africa to Spain.
Wow, okay.
It's a distance of 50 miles.
Okay.
Right? Well, it's current history, it's geography, right? So when I say that we were the original Europeans, it's not a stretch of the imagination, because where was the Roman Empire before it fell? It had 7 provinces, and that was Germania Major, Germania Minor, Britain, what else? Spain, Britannia, and then Greece and Rome. This,
So basically based off like the history of how you guys traveled from Israel and then to Africa and then
and we were throughout the Roman Empire.
okay.
So if we were already in these places and the Roman Empire fell, because you got to remember when it fell, what rose after it? The Holy Roman Empire. Well, what makes them holy? So we took over the Holy Roman Empire. That's why if you look up somebody called Septimius Severus, look at his bust in the the London Museum. It's a black man. See what I'm saying? That's why I don't judge you by how you look. Yeah, of course.
I know one thing. God, right? That's the real life.
I'm sorry. It's not black Israelite?
No, the Hebrew Israelites.
Hebrew Israelite. I don't know. I heard about something. I don't know why I heard that. I don't know why.
Well, some people call us black, but look at the sign real quick before you go.
Yeah, take pictures. No worries.
Yeah, I want to show him though, because when you call us the black Hebrew Israelites, look at that guy. His father's a so-called black man, but he looks like a white man. We're not the black Hebrew Israelites, and plus, this brother's not black at all. You're from El Salvador, but you're from the tribe of Zebulun. Now,
I don't know how it's in English. My grandma, how is it? I don't know.
okay, your great-great-grandma, yeah.
Great. Hey.
But that's your mother's side. It's by your father's side that's who you are. And in Numbers 1 and 18. But I want to give you an example before you go. Arnold Schwarzenegger. What's his last name mean?
I have no idea.
Schwartz means black, Negger means nigger. Black nigger, that's his last name. Nigger means Negro. Where's he from? Austria. We're the Austrians too. The Basques, the French, Normandy, those are our people. If you don't believe me, before you go, I'm giving you a lot so you'll come back, right? Because if you have real zeal, I'll see you again.
Okay, brother. Yeah, I definitely come here once in a while. I also evangelize here. You come in and
Okay. I want to show you.
Because they can come in and love people, right?
because you guys are out here doing all that.
This is going to be the shield or the coat of arms in Germany.
And what's this?
This is the Coburg Herald. So you remember coats of arms, like they'll have to do a shield with the pictures.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. This is from Germany.
Okay.
So why would black men be on the coats of arms in Germany?
Because
Yes.
But guys, go.
Yeah. Y'all good?
I'm sorry.
I'll take it. That's fine. I'll look into it.
What was your name again?
Kaya L. What's your name?
Like in the name of
No problem. I got it. But come see us, man. Because again, if you have a zeal for God according to knowledge and you aim to keep the commandments, you're an Israelite. Because the Bible says Israel by name have kept my precepts, but not the heathen. So I got to see who you are.
Okay.
Thank you. Now take care.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Can you give him one too? Will you give him one? Yeah, that's more damn.
It's all right.
Perfect. Thank you, brother.
But take care, y'all.
You guys have a good night.
You too, man. Be safe. Right? Now, I know some of y'all on that camera are going, man, he helped the white boy. No. You need to understand something. A lot of these people who have zeal and fervor to preach the word, they're misguided. They've been misguided for generations. Now it's on him to see if he's an Israelite. That's not my choice to make. That's why I keep the door open for everybody. Now, if you come up here acting like Yosemite Sam, and you want to be a rootinist, tootinist, shootinist, racist, and you hate niggas and all that, you probably need money. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to let you show your true colors. But if you got a zeal for God and a thirst for knowledge, hey, who am I to shut the door? That's not my job. And I just brought out some evidence you can look up. Where we were the rulers of Europe, a lot of our people look like crackers. I'm going to be outright and real with it. and a lot of them just aren't what they look like. And you have to understand that as an Israelite, right? But I got you wrong, brother. Yeah, go ahead and go ahead and hit that real quick. Then we can do second Ezra and get up out of here.
Isaiah 36, verse 6.
Bring it up.
Lo, thou trustest in the staff of this broken reed on Egypt, whereon if a man lean, it will go into his hand and pierce it. So is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all that trust in him. But if thou say to me, we trust in the Lord our God, is it not he whose high places and whose altars Hezekiah hath taken away, and said to Judah and to Jerusalem, ye shall worship before this altar. Now therefore, give pledges, I pray thee, to my master the king.
That's all.
That's it.
I just need a 6.
Oh, you just need a 6?
Yeah, I was just like, damn, it sounds good. I'm gonna let him finish. But no, so to those who trust in Egypt, it's gonna be like trusting in a broken staff. And when you lean upon it, it's gonna break and it's gonna pierce your hand. See, our people don't realize trusting in America is gonna be to your destruction. And we're trying to convey that to our people as best we can. Now, ain't it something that someone who supposedly looks like a white boy wanted to stop? Meanwhile, you got blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians walking past us in droves. Again, that's why I don't judge by the sight of how somebody looks. But I will let them know if they're walking away from me, the white man's going into slavery.
That's right.
But you notice I don't say you, white man, are going into slavery. Because guess what? You might not be one of them. Shit, I've had Southern Italians pull a fast one on me. They walk up, I'm giving them a judgment, and they say they're from Sicily. Then I gotta be like, oh shit, man, you probably a nigga. I mean, I'm being real with you. Because when the original Southern Italians came over here, a lot of them, they still had color to them. There's a proverb that the white man has about Italian. They have nigger blood. See, a lot of times you don't hear about that. They say the same thing about the Irish, by the way. See what I'm saying? Now, what are the Irish known for being? Angry and wanting to fight. And they don't want to shoot or stab you. They want to throw hands. That's Jake right there. So you got to know how to find your people. See, but most times, brothers judge off of appearance. And we show ourselves to be novices in this truth. Instead of digging and seeing who is this person. He says he's out here evangelizing. Okay, evangelizing. What do you know? When he said Yahweh, I was like, okay, cool. What God is that? We believe in Yahweh. And then he was like, Yahweh, what's that? That's where I'm like, that's what I'm looking for. Because if he goes, well, fuck that, I believe in Yahweh. Well, you probably a cracker because you know, the name of God is dreadful to the heathen. You see what I'm saying? He has that thirst for knowledge. Again, it's one of those things where you have to see beyond the skin. A lot of us walking around calling ourselves black and Hispanic are Spaniards, we're white men, we're tares. See, sowing tares was a two-way thing. We sowed tares among them, and they sowed tares among us. Some of us are Japanese and Chinese and don't even know it. Because you got to remember, through the Silk Road slave trade, we had a lot of children over there in China. And if you don't believe me, I got pictures. This is a king of Thailand. That's a king in Thailand. You look like showed you.
I can't think of that. You guys make beats where you like to skate.
Look at this. These are black Asians in 1853. See the hair? See the big noses? He over there. These are Chinese people. I'm gonna tell you, more times than not, when they turn cameras on in Japan, China, Thailand, Vietnam, all these Asian nations, They don't pan around too much. You know why? Because you'll get niggas in the shop. And then people will start asking, where'd he come from? And why does he look like one of the locals? Hey, that monastery that you got there, why do all the statues have nappy hair and big lips? Why are your statues of formidable big black men? Europe as well. As a matter of fact, most of your monasteries and your castles have black figures, either painted in art or literally as statues. There used to be a statue of King Charles I, and it's been recently defaced, but they keep restoring it because people keep trying to destroy it because they want to hide the history that we're in these places. You have to understand, the whole world knows who we are. The only people who don't know are us. But, oh, we're out here preaching the Bible. Come join us. Yeah. So I would love to start by asking you, what is your father? Is your father Mexican, brother? And I have to address him first because we go by the man. Right? You said? Puerto Rican? So you would be from the tribe of Ephraim, and he would be from the tribe of Issachar. There are prophecies surrounding each tribe in the Bible. Ephraim is prophesied to be a fruitful bow or a rhinoceros. Aren't Puerto Rican people really big and they have lots of kids? Yeah, fruitful bow, right? Issachar in the Hebrew means he who is hired. Who are the hardest workers on the planet? Mexicans, hands down. Now, what's the animal for Mexico? You're talking about the flag. Who gave you that flag? The Spaniards. What's your real animal for the people? The burro. The Bible prophesies that Issachar would be a strong ass, crouching down between two burdens. When they have that little picture of the donkey walking, what's he got on both sides? Satchels. That's who you are. Y'all are Israelites. Now, you heard me saying not to celebrate the Day of the Dead, right? What is that celebration? No. It's celebrating the dead saints. Same thing with Halloween. Halloween literally means All Hallows Eve. So All Saints Eve. Now I have a question. What do skeletons have to do with commemorating the saints? If you wanted to honor the saints, when you show them alive and doing God's work? Yes. But what if you were the person who killed them? How do you celebrate it then? You show them as a skeleton. And then you go the extra mile and you show yourself as Jason, Freddy Krueger, Chucky, a murderer. Now you're seeing how this works. And now you're seeing why you're not supposed to worship other gods. Get me Deuteronomy 28. We're going to start here. Because I want to ask you, how did all these people on this side go into slavery? Because didn't we all go into slavery to the white man one way or the other? Yeah, we did. You know when he took your people into slavery, my people? But when we got taken into slavery, didn't we all go at the same time? We did. How is that possible? Aren't we the strongest, the fastest, and the best? Yes. What if I told you we have the answer in the Bible? It's because we didn't keep God's laws. Let me prove it. Now the question, do you believe in the Bible? Give me Deuteronomy 28:15.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 15.
Yep.
But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So because we didn't keep God's laws, the curses of Deuteronomy 28 from 16 all the way to 63 are upon us. Let's read a couple of these curses. I just want to make sure y'all have time. Everything good?
No, Mom, I didn't get it.
Well, that's okay. Well, we're out here every Saturday at 5:30.
Maybe it'll come through
You have
whenever you
YouTube?
get here.
I can add my YouTube channel. Okay. Okay. Oh, praise it, man. Now, what if I told you God doesn't dwell in temples made with hands? That's in Acts 7:25. Right? So the church isn't where two or more gathered in Christ's name. He's in the midst of them. So what is Israel? Church. Come back and see Israel. What's your name? Stephen. Hi, this is Dominic. All right, Dominic and Stephen. All praises. That's all we're asking for is 30 seconds of your time to let you know that you're chosen. Somebody give me Deuteronomy 7 and 6 and read aloud while they're in here. Right, we're trying to let our people know that you're the kings and the priests. I saw them earlier. I didn't even think I'd see them again. But the Most High God brought them back. You see what I'm saying? That's why when you're preaching, you don't give up. Don't get dismayed because somebody doesn't want to hear it. They might come back. And sometimes people get so offended that they can't help but come talk. Because it's just like, how dare you humiliate me out here? I have to set things right. And then they come back and they're like, damn, I am an Israelite. And I'm glad I stopped. I've had people literally get up in my face wanting to fight. 30 seconds later, they're crying, going, damn, it's a Disney ending. I'm really a king walking the earth. And that's what happened to me. I was an atheist. That's how it always happens. The wayward, lost sheep. We're lost for a reason, and every reason is different. But your teachers are all the same. Just come home. Get it when you got it, brother.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, verse 6.
Bring it out.
For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
So the Israelites have been chosen to be a special people, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. One of the things that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, they know it, but they never want to admit it, is that they're above everybody else. That's why I want to ask the brother, aren't we the fastest? Aren't we the strongest? Aren't we the most intelligent, the most creative, the most resilient? The list is endless. And they'll say yes. But then when you say, are you better than everyone else? Well, I don't want to start getting technical. I don't want to be racist. And see, the white man won't even hide the fact that he runs stuff around here. And he don't hide it at all when he tells you to clock in on a Monday. He'll tell you, hey, you've been coming back from lunch a little too late. I'm going to have to write you up. He flaunts his power, knowing that you're better than him. So my question to the people who are actually the kings walking the earth is, why don't you just admit what you already know and reassume your position as God's chosen? Because you never left it, you can't leave it. That's why the curses keep hounding you everywhere you go. See, we got two sisters sitting down there. I wish they'd come down and see us. Come learn your heritage. I'm tempted to pick this damn thing up and just walk over to them. But see, the moment you give them attention, they scatter like roaches. But we got some fruit, and I'm glad for it. I'm just hoping some of these people, as they try to rush back to their car before it gets towed, stop over here. They talking too much. Right? But let's finish this out. Yeah, give me 2nd Ezra 13 and 25 through 38. Because we read Luke 21 starting at verse 8 earlier. We read most of the prophecy that Yahushua was giving, indicating the end of things. This very same prophecy is given by Ezra. See, most people don't realize that all of these prophecies in the Bible have been rehearsed. Because you can go all the way back to Deuteronomy and find these prophecies of the beginning and the end. Moses gave it to us all the way from start to finish. But it's only been filled in with more details, more visions. Right. By men like Daniel, men like Ezra, men like Yahushua, men like Amos. They've just given us a clearer picture. That's why, what was Ezekiel told? To eat the whole roll. And most of our people, they're reading the damn Bible when they're taking a dump. Reading a verse in a day, which is why they don't know anything. But go ahead and get it when you got it.
This is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 13, verse 25.
Bring it out.
This is the meaning of the vision. Whereas thou sawest a man coming up from the midst of the sea. The same is he whom God the highest hath kept a great season, which by his own self shall deliver his creature, and he shall order them that are left behind.
So this is literally talking about a vision that Ezra had before, where a man rose up atop a mountain from the sea. And the angel's about to give the interpretation of the dream. This is to you brothers who bring this out. I'm guilty of this. We'll give the account of the vision and not the translation, because it's a lot of information to bring out. So what I would recommend just for expediency's sake, just get to the meaning of the vision, right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 27. And whereas thou sawest that out of his mouth there came a blast of wind and fire and storm, and that he held neither sword nor any instrument of war, but that the rushing in of him destroyed the whole multitude that came to subdue him. This is the interpretation. Behold, the days come when the Most High will begin to deliver them that are upon the earth. Verse 30. And he shall come to the astonishment of them that dwell on the earth. And one shall undertake to fight against another, one city against another, one place against another, one people against another, and one realm against another.
So this is saying exactly what Yahushua was saying, that suddenly shall the Son of Man return. And before his return, there's going to be insurrection upon the earth. Because now you're seeing the truth come out about who the real Israelites are, who the real Jews are. And that's stirring up strife among the heathen. Did you know that these fake Jews have been inviting bits and pieces of every nation to claim that they're Jews to come home? They have Chinese Jews, so to speak. They have Indian Jews, just people that they branded Jewish, and they say, you're an Israelite, come on back. But how do they have the authority to say who's an Israelite when they're not an Israelite themselves? So they've been welcoming strangers into our land. And now we're standing up going, wait a minute, we are the real Jews, and we can prove it. And we're proving it. And our people are repenting. And they're waking up to the truth, and they're paying it forward. This is a worldwide phenomenon. And as a result, you have war breaking out in all nations. See, that's why the real wars are breaking out. Because now the covering cast on who the white man is being pulled back. And the fake Jews are being exposed as the Edomites, the children of perdition. And that's why everybody wants them out of Israel. They're saying literally that Israel will not survive fighting Iran. Iran made a promise, which Israel already violated that promise, by the way, because they just bombed 20 key targets in Iran just yesterday. But Iran said, if y'all bomb us, we are going to literally destroy Israel. And they're serious. They already displayed, you saw those rockets they fired on Israel, those hypersonic ballistic missiles. But they didn't have the warheads to take out the infrastructure. They promised, if y'all attack us, we will wipe out your infrastructure. So now we're waiting to see, will they deliver on their promise? And so far, Iran has delivered. So you're seeing that that warfare is gripping the planet. And you're also hearing that Yahushua is going to return. Because we, the teachers and the prophets, are crying this out to our people, that our Messiah is nigh. Keep going, brother.
Verse 32. And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and that the sign shall happen, which I showed thee before, and then shall my son be declared, in whom thou sawest as a man ascending. Verse 33. And when all the people hear his voice, every man shall in their own land leave the battle like they have one against another.
So what this is saying here is when Yahushua finally pulls up, all these different war fronts, because now China's about to go into Taiwan. See, Xi Jinping literally told his people, prepare for war. So all these military exercises, where they've been setting up battleships and all these airplanes and shit around Taiwan, it was all a front to move every piece into place. And now, hey, go get them. The war in Ukraine, you already have NATO involved. You have French, British, American, all troops from all these Western powers showing up dead in Ukraine. So it's already World War. Not to mention you have all the nations of the Middle East that otherwise wouldn't be involved. Nations like the Arabs from Saudi Arabia, from Yemen, from Lebanon, the Assyrians. You've got the Arabs in Egypt preparing to go and fight the Israelis. You've also got the Persians. Again, those from Iraq, Iran, India. They're all being dragged into this gargantuan fight. And when Yahushua rears his head and appears, upon hearing his voice, because he's going to call out to his people, But when they see that happen, they're all going to turn and try to fight him. Just as prophecy says. Keep going, brother.
Verse 34. And an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together. As thou sawest them willing to come and to overcome him by fighting. Verse 35. But he shall stand upon the top of the Mount Zion. Verse 36. And Zion shall come and shall be showed to all men, being prepared and builded, like as thou sawest the hill graven without hands.
Stop right there, hold that. I want you to go to Matthew 24. Because when Yahushua calls out to his people, it's not going to just be a, hey, I'm over here. You know, come over here as fast as you can. He's going to call out to his people, and those who are of the elect are going to be made like unto him. We are going to literally get our celestial body. And not only that, we're going to be taken up in chariots and brought back to the land. This is the gathering of the Israelites. We're going to be regathered. And Yahushua is going to stand atop his people. If you're familiar with 2nd Ezra, the 2nd chapter, Yahushua is portrayed as a young-looking man who is taller than the rest. So imagine a man that is a giant among men, standing amongst millions of people with power. And I'm talking about real power. Power that you can taste, let alone see. And the entire armies of the world are gathered together against him. That's like he's going to be standing atop a mountain of people. That's why it says he's going to stand atop Mount Zion. Because doesn't the king sit at the throne atop his people? Yes. This is both a metaphor and it's literal. He's going to be standing above his people as a general to order us to go fight. Let me grab it with you because I'm going to show you. No, we going to... Start at 29.
Matthew 24, verse 29.
Read it out.
Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken.
Slide. See something you like? No, you're quite alright. Yeah. Do you know what I'm out here doing? Okay. Well, I'm out here to let the Israelites know who are usually blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. The reason why I say usually is because you might think you're a white woman, that doesn't mean you're a white woman. If I ask you where you're from, do you know where your people are from? Ireland?
Actually, South America.
South America? Where?
Peru.
Puerto Rico? What's your father?
That's what he's from.
Well, I mean, but which one? What's his father? Because they're both Israelites. I'm just trying to figure out which tribe. That's Asher or Ephraim.
Actually, my grandfather was Incan.
Incan? Is that close to Argentina?
That's the tribe in Peru.
Okay, that's likely Asher. You're still an Israelite. Indigenous, right?
Yeah.
I'm out here for you, sister.
No, I'm listening.
No, but
you're bringing the heat.
No,
You're
but no, you've
like,
passed.
I know where I'm
But
from.
hold on, you passed me a few times.
Yeah.
I always wondered why you wouldn't stop.
I'm saying I've seen you out before, like not here.
Oh, not here? Oh, okay. I thought you meant you passed by here. I can't let that slide. Okay. Well, anyway, we're out here to let blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that we're the people of the Bible. We're the Israelites.
I know that.
Okay. So I have a question. How many commandments are there? There's 613, sister. I have a question. Can I remove my neighbor's landmark according to the Bible? That's a commandment in Deuteronomy. I cannot take my neighbor's landmark and claim his land.
What are you guys preaching about? How about that meeting with us?
Sure.
Can I stop to ask questions?
Sure. Well, I got a question because I got to know where you're from.
What are y'all preaching about?
We're teaching about the salvation of the Israelites and what is required of us as a
Okay,
people.
well, what about it?
Now, I have to check you because a man does not let a woman usurp authority over. So I'm going to say, check yourself, sister. If you believe in this Bible, you know you're not supposed to do that. Please be kind to me, I'll be kind to you. We're out here to teach.
You're out here in the
Sister, if you're coming with contention, I'm going to give it back to you.
I'm not coming.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm saying you're out in the open arena.
Do you you want to know about the Bible or not, sister? I'm not out here to argue with you. Okay. So, can you give me Ecclesiastes 12 and 13? Somebody get me Deuteronomy 28 and 15, which is don't let me beat y'all too. I got it. This is Ecclesiastes 12 and 13.
Bring it up.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. We're just trying to put our people up on game to keep the commandments. So when judgment comes upon us, we'll be found acceptable in God's eyes. That's all. Sister. I appreciate it. But if you do have more time, I would love to show you how we came to be in this estate where we don't even know who our God is. Because if I ask you, what's the real name of God? You know? Now, what if I told you his name is Yahweh? But there's the Paleo Hebrew, so this language right here. And this is actually the name of God. It's read left to right. Yahweh. Right? That's the name of the Father, and then you have his son, Yahweh Shai. You said Yeshua. Right? Now, the reason why we know his name isn't Yeshua is there are no E's or U's in what is called Paleo Hebrew, the block script. So you have Yah, Wah, Shai, those type of vowels. But, no, you're good, you're good. I see you getting the workout in. Hey, I commemorate that. That's good. Right? Because I'm overweight, so I need to be running myself, right? But, so we try to give our people back the name of the God. Because, say like, you have kids, right? You don't know, so what if your kids called you Miss? I'm hungry, Miss.
I would say I'm not
Correct. Now think about every time you pray to God. I'm hungry, God. What's his name though? Yahweh. So you've been calling God really Mister your whole life. I was guilty of that too. And then when you say Jesus, Christ's name is Yahweh Shai. But doesn't God always fill in the gap for you? He makes sure you have enough. You get home safe. Because he's a loving father, right? I want to get this for you in Hebrews 12 real quick, because I want to show you, despite our ignorance, the Most High God views us as his children. And as a result, when you call upon him, yes, he disciplines you, but he still is there for I have to ask you what you have. I understand. This is Hebrews 12 and 5. And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise thou not the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. If he endure chastening, and God dealeth with you as with sons, for what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not? But if he be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then ye are bastards and not sons. So, one of the things I always ask is, how did your people come to worship that image? The image of a white Christ.
I don't know, maybe it was just more accessible to have that.
When the Spaniards came,
Made it more comfortable for population to have that
that's partially right. That's partially right. When the Spanish came, especially to South America, they held up a picture of that very same figure, and if you refused to bow, they burned you alive. So the people who refused to believe, they were dead. And then everybody else, they kind of just said, well, I guess I'll get down to get down. You see what I'm saying? As an Israelite, it is our solemn duty to return to our God and to keep his commandments as best as we can. And it's like not trim it, but you can't like take a razor to it. As a woman, things like wearing, a modest apparel, recognizing the order of, God, the Son, man, and then woman, family. Those are the types of things like not hating your brother in your heart or your sister, right? All those things, if we did those things as a nation, not only would we love each other, we'd be at the top. That's what Robert wants.
Well, I agree with you. Like, don't you think quality of heart is more important than your opinion? Because we're blessed to have a heart. Although I agree with you
I have a question. It's along the lines of what you just said. If I were wearing a dress, what would you assume? Okay, would you assume my sexuality? No? What if I was carrying around, what if you heard me blasting Saucy Santana while wearing booty shorts and roller skating while switching? I love skating. If I was doing that, would you assume that I'm a straight man? You could be honest, sister.
Probably not.
Probably not. But here's the thing. The Bible says by your countenance you could be known. So if you have the attire of, say, a gay man in that fashion, if somebody goes, hey, are you a homosexual? I can't get offended because I have the attire of one who is known for those things. So what if I have a sister who has the attire of a harlot? I have to tell her, hey, sister, whether you are or not, the Bible says to wear modest apparel. That's all we're trying to say.
So who defines the image of a harlot?
Well, I mean, the image of a harlot has changed over the years, as you know. But do you know the image of a harlot in the Bible?
Adorned with a lot of jewels, a lot of jewelry, maybe makeup,
That's part of it.
a lot of like colors,
Okay.
like more flashy.
And a woman who wears a cowl over her face, so nobody knows that she's a harlot. That's how the harlots of old used to get down. So if I met a woman like that and she turned out to be a saint who operated at the synagogue, I wouldn't be wrong for assuming that she's a harlot. See what I'm saying? So I could still rebuke my sister. Now,
But at the same time, you can see a woman who's dressed like business attire going to work as a lawyer during the day, and you don't know what she does.
Oh, you're right. You're dead right. Yes. But guess what? When she stands here and we read the sexual morality laws in Leviticus, and she goes, well, I have an OnlyFans account. I gotta tell her, sister, give that up.
Well, there you go. So you should be basing that based on their actions, not their opinion.
But it's oh.
In my opinion, that's judgmental.
For instance,
Because my God is judgmental.
well, but your God said blonde hair is likened unto leprosy in the Bible.
Is a likeness.
It's likened to leprosy. So one of the ways that they would see if you had leprosy is if you had a blonde hair on your scalp.
I don't think it's a little bit more. Maybe the blonde hair, it could have been gray too. I don't know. I mean,
Give me that. A yellow thin hair.
a yellow thing.
A yellow thin hair. Literally blonde hair.
Maybe she's a little bit of confusion.
Well, because leprosy in the Bible is having pale skin and blonde hair. It's basically not having melanin, right?
Right.
So, because melanin is not just to color you, it literally protects you from the sun, and it actually facilitates neurotransmission. See, melanin does a lot of things in the body. I'm sure you know that, because you seem like, do you do fitness or anything like that? Okay, so you know a lot about physiology and things of that nature. So, melanin is basically a miracle substance. Why would you desecrate that in your hair and try to make yourself look like the people who God hates the most? Because did you know God actually hates the Edomites, the same people who have yellow hair and blue eyes? So before we get that, I want to prove that. So I don't want to just say it. I want to prove it, right?
Okay.
Give me Romans 9:15. Yeah, go ahead and drop it there. Yeah, just hold it. Yeah, you got it. Just hold it. This is Malachi 1:1. The burden of the word of the Lord to Israel by Malachi. I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? And was not Esau Jacob's brother? I mean, Esau Jacob, right? So you had Abraham, and then you had Isaac, who was the chosen son from Abraham, and then Isaac had two sons. They were twins. The elder is Esau, and the younger is Jacob. The blessing went to Jacob, because you know how Jacob pretended to be Esau. He went into Isaac as he was dying, and Isaac blessed him. And then Esau got blessed with the sword, right? Okay, cool. Right? I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord? Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call me the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord hath indignation forever. Indignation is righteous hatred. So he hates these people forever. So I have a question. If your children wanted to dress like a celebrity that you hated, would you be okay with that?
I wouldn't like it. But as they like that, they're entitled to have their own.
Now, let me read this. Get Deuteronomy 28. Actually, I'll grab it real quick. I know I'm kind of jumping around because one of the things I'm trying to show is we do have a choice, but our choices have consequences. Right? This is Deuteronomy 28 and 15.
Yeah.
But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So if we do what God tells us not to do, we're going to be cursed.
Do you think it's a curse that maybe it's wrong and it's not natural?
No, I'm not saying that.
I mean, it could be.
It could be natural. If it is
No,
natural,
I'm saying it could be a curse. No, my head hurts.
okay.
No, but I'm just trying to, like, I get what you're saying, but I'm trying to, like, apply it to my life.
Sure.
Because I don't believe that there's anything sin. I don't, so I'm trying to figure out.
Well, sure.
Here's the question. What's wrong with that? Why are
There
you
is
here?
nothing. It is something that
Now, I have a question. Did you know that in the Bible that leprosy is likened unto the yellow thing here? We're about to get it. Did you know? Okay. Let's go ahead and read that, brother.
This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 13, verse 30. Verse 29. If a man or woman had the plague upon the head or the beard, verse 30, then the priest shall see the plague, and behold, if it be in sight deeper than the skin, and there be in it a yellow thin hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a dry skull. It's like a scab. Even a leprosy upon the head or beard. Verse 31. And if the priest look on the plague of the scab, and behold, it be not in sight, like deeper than the skin, and that there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall shut up him that hath the plague of the scab 7 days.
Now, you see that? So if that person has basically yellow thin hair, and he basically looks and he goes, damn, it's like, it's deep, it's embedded, it's not just, my hair's going gray. Because when her hair turns gray, it goes through the stages of fading, and it turns yellow. So what would happen is the priest will look and go, okay, that's leprosy. Once he determines that you have leprosy, you're literally separated from the people, and they lock you away. Because you could spread that uncleanness in the people. No. They're a clean, that's what you would call a clean leper. Have you ever had somebody like, it's called vitiligo, where, you know, our skin is brown and then those white spots start to appear? That's leprosy. Yes.
Well, thank you.
Of course.
I always like learning new things. Please go about my way. Don't
Just
have a
know you're an
blood
Israelite, all right? You special, all right?
Yes, yes, for sure. Thank you.
That's the final. split the baby in half.
Nah, it's one of the different. So they
Oh yeah, they were lively. Yeah, you talking about Exodus too?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you talking about. Yeah. He was talking about. You remember how when Pharaoh put out the decree for all the male Israelites, and then all the midwives were like, by the time we get in there, the Israelite women are already up and like ready to fight. Baby out, you try to kill the baby. You know, for life. In other words, shit, they ready to get it in. You know what I'm saying? So they couldn't kill the baby. But that's what you're seeing. You're seeing that lively spirit, but it's directed toward us. That should be outwardly directed. Our sisters should want nothing more than to get this word and be respected. That's why you saw at the church. You say you believe this Bible, you know the order of things. You ain't supposed to be going on in one place. Simmer down. I'm going to teach you. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to disrespect you. Trust me enough to know I'm not going to disrespect you. Because I can't do that according to the Bible. And this is to my camera. Most men don't let our sisters know. If you humble down, I'll treat you with kindness. You gotta let your sister know, hey, you don't have to have the barbs out of you. I know you're gonna do that to the world because the world is trying to crush you. I understand. But your brother, while you're here, you don't have to worry about a man attacking you. You don't have to worry about anything because we'll defend you with our lives. Our women don't know what that's like anymore. They don't know that they're warriors are here. We're warriors. We don't attack our own people. And I say that with all sincerity. Our sisters don't know what it's like to have heroes. Every time our sisters get raped, there's no hero. When they're getting bullied at work, there's no hero for them. There's no man. So they have their guard up against everyone. And when a man comes along who's like, sister, I don't even want your number or the draws. I'm just here to teach. And I pledge my service to you while you're in my company. Nothing shall harm you. They don't believe me. Because Pookie, Ray Ray, and Miguel, they break all their promises. I'll never leave you. And the moment they get the draws, they're out the door. I understand, sister. But at the same time, need I remind you, if you want to have common ground, let's have it right here. You ain't got to trust the Bible.
That's right.
And if I don't operate according to this book, leave. Keep it nice and basic. And once I reminded her of the contract, you saw she was like, damn, he got me. Because it's not a matter of me being right or you being wrong. What does the Bible say? Let's stick to the script. And I hope to see that sister again. Now, I am curious where she saw me at. Yeah, she said she saw me a while back somewhere. I was like, all right, well, cool, I guess. But, you know, and here's the thing. This is why you need to wear your fringes. So people can know who you are. Because you might not talk to them when they see you. Sometimes you talk to them 2 years down the road, and they'll say, I saw you at a grocery store. I saw you pumping gas, driving between, say, San Antonio and Houston. They just so happen to see you. But they didn't know to talk to you. And then when they finally do see you holding camp, they're like, hey, brother, I saw you. I got a question. Why you wearing them things on your shirt? And then they answer their own question. Well, how do you know it's me? Well, because you're wearing the things on your shirt. There it is. See what I'm saying? So, that's why keeping the commandments in public and in private, it's important and it matters. And I hope when I see that sister again, she's in modest apparel. Now, I'm going to tell you, that seems like a sister that's going to be operating oppositionally to the law until heavy judgment befalls. I don't know. I don't want to, judge the sister. But that's what it seems like. Because she was trying to make the doctrine fit her. When you got to fit God's standard, not the other way around. But let's go back to 2nd Ezra. We're going to finish out. Shoot, we got one more piece of food tonight, y'all. So we just close to getting out of here, man.
This book is 2nd Ezra, chapter 13, verse 37.
Bring it up.
And this, my son, shall rebuke the wicked inventions of those nations, which for their wicked life are fallen into the tempest. Verse 38. And shall lay before them their evil thoughts, and the torments wherewith they shall begin to be tormented, which are like unto a flame, and he shall destroy them without labor, by the law which is like unto fire.
That's it. So when Yahushua returns, not only is he going to gather the Israelites, redeem the chosen, we're going to be the standing army ready to lay hands on God's enemies. To glorify the Most High God through warfare. So the same prophecies that Yahushua gave are right here in 2nd Ezra 13. Not all of them, but that one in particular. Right? That's why, again, I say it and I'll keep saying it. We learn slow. You know what I'm saying? We got to be told again and again. But that's fine by me, because if that weren't the case, I wouldn't have got it. Because I know I was out in the world doing my own thing. I was an atheist. So the fact that we have remedial Bible study in terms of reading this book and it being repetitious, I'm all for it. Because if not, I wouldn't fit. And I know most of my brothers and sisters wouldn't fit either. But y'all, we gonna go ahead and hang it up. I like to say, call halal, Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai. That's all praises be unto Yahweh in the name of the Son Yahweh Shai. I'm Brother Hayael. This is Brother Aman and Brother Andre. We're signing off for Sakari, San Antonio. Shalom and Kwam Yasharal.
Kwam Yasharal.
All praises, y'all. Yeah, buddy.